Hello, everybody. I am your androgynous android game show host from the future, Nathan Blades. This is the Neon Costa Twitch channel. Hi, Deck. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for joining me live. It's cool to catch you live. Hello, I hope you're doing well. Thank you. Please do let me know if the audio is clear and I could be heard and the background music can be heard because we were having a little bit of a tech issue. But yes, normally for the last couple of weeks on Thursdays, we have been doing our Pokemon Black and White Nuzlocke with Raffi the Owl. Currently, Raffi is away on a trip. So we are, great, glad it's working, thank you. So we are doing something that I initially started the channel doing before we pivoted into doing more tabletop RPGs and video games and VTubing and all that. Cyberpunk Book Club, where I admit that I love video games and I love storytelling, but I'm not necessarily good at video games. I'm not good at playing them well nor quickly, but what I am good at is playing them as media texts. I love discussing the nature of storytelling through video games, and I love cyberpunk as a genre, and every game and every piece of media explores the genre of cyberpunk differently. So let's go play through a bunch of them for a couple of hours and talk about how it handles the vibes, how we feel about the vibes, and then at the end of our session, discuss how that game can inspire us in the things that we create, because by consuming a wide variety of media, you open your mind, your third eye, and so on and so forth, up to a wider range of ideas for our creative works. I know that you, Deck, are a fan of Cyberpunk because you play Infinity. So you like the way that I say my name, Nathan Blades. Yes, my name indeed, with the Z. Nice. But yes, I've heard a lot about the game that we'll be playing today, Citizen Sleeper, mostly because it is ticking a lot of personal interest boxes. It is both a cyberpunk game where you are a consciousness placed into a body, and it is also uses a lot of tabletop RPG elements for its storytelling. And if y'all know me, you know I love me a tabletop game. I'm very, very excited about that kind of combination of video games and board games and the mechanics that can be shared between the two. So that definitely has me on board, especially since we're going to editorialize a little bit and then we'll get to the actual process of things. Bear with me here. We, a little while ago now, played a couple of opening hours of Disco Elysium. And that was a bit of a complicated stream, mostly because we decided that we wanted to have an extended chat with Measurehead, and I was not really ready for how. Oh, this is a PC game. You can get this game on Steam. Let me go find the excuse me. Go find the link on Steam for you because I had it handy. No, it's not that. But yeah, we played a little bit of Disco Elysium previously. It is a very narratively complex game and wants to cover some difficult topics. Whether it necessarily succeeds at covering those difficult topics is up for debate. But we didn't necessarily engage super hard with it as an tabletop RPG style experience, right? There's a lot of dice rolling in that game, but it often feels that the dice rolling is a barrier to you being able to explore things, because it's mostly whether you do or do not manage to do something that pushes the story along. So that felt really interesting for me as somebody who really likes the idea of partial successes, in that you succeed at a cost and things like that, and Disco Elysium has none of that, so I had a bit of a hard time with it mechanically. And then after that stream, I went back to it on my own time and still had a really hard time with it in places as a game, but ended up enjoying it a reasonable amount and finishing it and everything and being like, yeah, this game's cool and I can take part in all the memes now, yay. So I'm actually really interested to see what specifically from the realm of tabletop RPGs this game takes. Anyway, with that out of the way, let's go read the box text. This is directly from the Steam page that I just linked. For Citizen Sleeper. You are a sleeper, a digitized human consciousness in an artificial body owned by a corporation that wants you back. Thrust amongst the unfamiliar and colorful inhabitants of the Eye, you need to build friendships, earn your keep, and navigate the factions of this strange metropolis if you hope to survive to see the next cycle. Indeed, indeed. very in addition to this kind of a description that they gave, which is more about the narrative explanation of it, it's kind of like top line, like the first sentence you see on the Steam page is role-playing in the ruins of interplanetary capitalism. So interestingly, in a very similar parallel to Disco Elysium, this game is wearing its politics on its sleeve, which for a cyberpunk game is fucking important. Cannot stand a cyberpunk game that's like, oh, this is not a game about anything. We're not trying to send a message here. Like this is clearly a game that knows its politics, and that's going to be really interesting to explore. In fact, let's go and make that. Google the game. It looks like a light novel. Yes. This is very much a story-driven game. This is very much going to be a narrative experience rather than an action experience, which is good because those are the kind of games that I enjoy and then I can play. If this was an action game, I would have a very, very hard time. Ruiner is kind of on my list of maybe a game to go play on this, and oh god, the idea of having to actually be competent at playing a video game in front of other people terrifies me as a thing. But yes. Agree about cyberpunk and politics. Exactly. You know what I mean. You know what I'm talking about. But so, themes that we expect. Well, it said one of the themes up top. This is RPG in the ruins of capitalism. And this is a game that knows its own politics. Important for cyberpunk works. And also a thing that kind of leaps out to me in looking at that opening paragraph is the fact that we are digitized human consciousness. With like transhumanism has occurred in this. The singularity has occurred where we're able to digitize one's brain and broadcast it elsewhere. One wonders what happens to the original body. What happens if you are put in a body with a different gender representation to the one that you identify and are comfortable with? Does this game discuss those ideas? Are there gender feelings? Yeah. No, for sure. One of the, you know, as a queer person, I always enjoy the discussion of transhumanism and body modification and how that relates to our sense of self and our sense of gender. So the idea of being in other artificial bodies. Maybe not even a body that you want necessarily, feels like there could be some metaphors to be explored. I do hope that it does actually explore those. That would be a fun time. Are there any other? Oh, not necessarily a theme around cyberpunk, but I'm really interested in the blending of digital storytelling and physical board game mechanics. Hey Merlin, good evening. I hope you're doing well. You're just in time. We're about to go and bust this game wide open and start playing it properly. But yeah. Since this is a game similar to Disco Elysium that is taking the idea of tabletop RPGs, what from the realm of tabletop RPGs is being taken here? In Disco Elysium, that is the kind of rolling of 2d6 and stats, but that is also the kind of talking one's way through scenarios. Very much looking to how Planescape Torment digitized Dungeons & Dragons 2nd edition and to tell a story of its own. So I want to see what about tabletop RPGs Citizen Sleeper finds fascinating and how that adapts that for a digital space for people who might not even know anything about tabletop RPGs, right? There are plenty of people who got really into Disco Elysium who have never actually rolled physical dice themselves before. So I wonder how those two things will interlink. Anyway, enough of me flapping my gums outside of the video game. Let's go flap our gums inside the video game. We're gonna go boot it first. Make sure that actually boots properly. As I say, I had to reset my machine and that messed with my audio settings. So, let's hope. Okay, that's booting fine and we can hear it. Okay, that's sitting in the right place. And we do seem to be getting audio. That's maybe a little loud in people's ears. So let me go and turn that down a little. Mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2. How does the balance of the background audio sound against my voice? This game is unfortunately quite annoying in that I am not able to go and mess with the settings. Sounding good, excellent. Okay, so we immediately start off with tabletop RPG kind of character classing, huh? I love this character art too. I like the techwear jacket is very cool. Operator. An operator works with drones and high-precision remote machines to perform complex tasks from a distance. Sleepers assigned to operator work are usually cerebral and precise people. Your perk is Transfer Intercept. Gain chance to cryo on interface actions. So these are mechanics that I don't know yet. I mean, androgynous android as the first option is very powerful. I mean, maybe all the bodies that we get are very androgynous because they don't know who we are as people who are playing the game. So this perk doesn't mean anything to me yet. But work with mechanics and physical tools, which is neutral. We're good at interfacing, so we're good at working with computers, but we are not good. We do not have high physical endurance. Sure. We can also be an extractor. Extractors work on resource extraction, often in hard vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often confident, self-sufficient, and have a high level of endurance. And so this version is a bit bulkier. We have the physical strength, but we do not have the intuition. We are a little emotionally unaware. I know that the kind of characters that I like playing in tabletop RPGs definitely lean towards being very social, and if it's a game that has computer interfacing and hacking, I enjoy being a hacker as well. So I think the operator is definitely going to be the best fit. Also, that jacket is fly as hell, and I want that jacket. Okay. Vibes. Oh, do bear in mind that I may be a little slow to respond to y'all in chat. The way that we normally do Cyberpunk Book Club is that we tend to focus a little bit on the storytelling. So if I'm mid-story, I may not respond straight away. Oh, this is a little loud in my ears. Let me turn that down. The first thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect, the delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, but to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. I clearly was very willing to give that body behind. Give that body away. You resist nostalgia. It is pointless, especially now. This is the moment to reach out, not curl inwards. This is the moment of escape, even if it feels immediately like you traded one prison for another, smaller, colder, lifeless. Reach out. You almost laugh. Or you would if there was room or even air to do so. The walls of the container are immediately present, cold, hard at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain, at least. In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with the banal quality of a digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. So what's the plan? You mostly remember that it wasn't a good plan, but then your options were limited. Once you got the itch to get out by any means possible, it was either that plan or something much worse. It was at least simple. Collapse the shaft, drift away in the chaos, slip into cargo processing, seal yourselves into containers, then just hope the freighter left before you were missed. Some were lost in the shaft, others never found the meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers. But the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough. Enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reached any destination. And knowing it will be imminently cold, we brace for it. That's all there is now. It has been a long time since you left, surely weeks, maybe months. You are dully aware of the damage to your legs, your right arm. You've been reserving energy as much as possible, but even then your body has shut many of its systems down to protect you. You have spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind once again, and recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. Time passes. The cold creeps further in. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sound, too, everywhere, screeching and shimmering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its senses. Then light, white as the cold, then softer and softer, until in a haze of dirty yellow, a figure appears. You are out. It has been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective folds of a mylar blanket. You are slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You are surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along their edges where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. Dragos is a bit of a dad, you say? Okay. So, Sleeper, are you all thawed yet? Almost. Never seen one of you come in like this. New frames must have better perseverance, and Sub-Zero vac is a little deeper. Let's go about here. Yeah, that sounds about right. Seen more than a few of you frozen solid to hull plates or inside outer locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech, his headset with its glinting eyes mark of the drone. Sorry, let's say that line again. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech, his headset with its glinting eyes the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotically linked drones perches, its irising eye locking you with an unflinching stare. Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. They didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems almost lost in memory for a moment. Or perhaps he's just figuring out what to do with you. I plan to survive. What happened to them? I mean, we're fact-finding. We don't know how our survivability options are. He ignores your question. I won't ask what led you to it. To sell yourself to a corporation. And I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now. And you are just software. A rogue emulation illegally possessing corporate property. You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms, the cold floor on your feet as you padded the sleeper cells. The promise of a life off-world, but as you do, you now get the familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not things you feel. You are no longer that person. You are an offshoot. A copy. What you won't know is what's ahead. At least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. S and ARP wants to protect their property, but if they can't keep a hold of you, then no one can. You remember that too, or at least rumors of it from other sleepers. Planned obsolescence, a built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begins to shut down, separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, sleeper, you are one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up and away towards the glassy dome of the yard. The eye is the best place it could be right now. The eye. The station. You'll see it soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I've got things to be getting on with. He trails off. There's an old freight container I've been using as storage out in the stacks. We haven't been pulling much valuable scrap these days, so you're welcome to it. Something wells up inside of you. Emotion, fatigue. You shakily get to your feet and nod. Alright, you head on up there. You look like you need some rest. And with that, Drago stalks back into the Rex. His drone's already converging on the rusting hulk, plasma flashes silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. Welcome to Erlin's Eye! Life on the Eye runs in cycles, which I guess are turns, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas, and perform actions. Sure. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. I assume that changes. Resting will move time forward on the stations. Head to the empty container to rest and end the cycle now. All cycles need to end. Let's go. You wake up curled in the corner of the container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. Hold on a second. I just realized that I promised to do something and then didn't. Okay, there we go. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its message is readable, but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here you are, on this ruined station millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? I mean, I'm the kind of person that enjoys learning and finding out new things and growing that way, so let's get some answers, maybe. It's all that matters. The past is impossible to escape if it remains a blur, but what S and ARP did to you cannot be forgotten. You need a way of understanding all this before you can move on. Where are you? What is this place? What happened to the others? The questions outnumber the answers. You want to change that, but you'll have to learn to survive first. Options are very, very interesting. I mean, these are all very broad ones. Maybe it's keeping track and defining some character stat bits and pieces, because there are obviously a lot of RPGs that like to maintain hidden stats as you make choices. But I have a feeling that these choices don't matter too much yet. Let's wait until we start having to make some hard decisions, and then we'll see what really matters. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container. The mylar blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded sachets of some desiccated powder. Oh, so if we're in an artificial body, it's interesting that we are actually still in the position to need to drink and warm ourselves and eat. I kind of assumed that the synthetic body kind of transcended the need for that. You thumb the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of the sachets smell like damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. Yes, Ruben, going for the vertical chat box. This game was definitely in development, I think, relatively alongside the late stages of Disco Elysium, and that may well have had a direct influence. We're actually talking a little bit about Disco Elysium before we started, since that is also a game that tries to blend video game visual novels with tabletop RPGs. So let's see what this does to explore the same idea. As the pungent smell washes over you, images of your restless sleep come back to you. A ring like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A constellation of bright polygonal shapes like angular suns burning into your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and this is long after you finish drinking that they begin to fade. You tidy away the stove as best as you can and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. So we have some dice up here, or some numbers at the very least. Condition. Your condition, which is the orange pips up top, represent the current state of my body physically. Depletes by 1 segment each cycle. So it depletes across the days and eventually it will run out, sure. But it also can be damaged if I get hurt or don't eat. If it empties, I have a breakdown. You have to figure out how to recover it. Yes, so I have to find the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that keep my body in operation, sure. We have action dice. At the start of each cycle, you roll your action dice. These can be used to perform actions. I see. So the worse my condition, the fewer dice I have to do things. Once I've used my dice, I cannot take any more actions and have to rest. We also have energy. We fill our energy by eating, but we have to get food and the money to buy the food. So this is very much a survival sim. This is very much a survival sim. If I don't eat, my health depletes, and if my health depletes, I get fewer dice to roll, and that means that there are fewer things per day I can do, which means I have to prioritize being able to eat, and if I can't use my dice to eat food, I starve faster, and so on and so on. So it has a little bit of a snowballing effect, it seems. Okay. Well, there's nothing to do here, so let's leave. Dragos is stood in the corridor when you close up the container. He's still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor, you realize that it is implanted. The drone sits on his shoulder, its cachet of sensor eyes rapidly irising. How are you feeling? Okay. The drone chirps. Good to hear. You notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe. He pauses. So, I'm not gonna chit-chat too long. You well enough to work? Sure. Alright then, he nods. At the yard, it's simple stuff. We hack these old hulls down, sell them off to the shipyards or the bright market dealers for cryo. Occasionally, we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value. But most of what comes in is scrap. Cryo as, I guess, the money in this setting, rather than, like, cryo sleep, which is what I assumed it meant before. It's hard to find good hands here, but I figure as a sleeper you'll be used to the manual labor. And obviously I'll slip you a few chits of commission based on when you turn up. These, he pulls out a handful of small metal bars. Air-walled cryo isolated from the market. This is what we used to trade out here. He stuffs them back into a pocket. He shuffles his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you'd best be suited moving on as quick as you can, and sleepers, well, he trails off. But things being the way they are for me here at the yard, I need the help. Why? Things are a little tight, that's all. I owe a little cryo to a client here or there. He pauses, thinking of something else to add. Look, just come down to the yard when you're feeling fresher. There's plenty to do. He nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later, he calls back. Looks like it's time to get to work. Excuse me. Dragos' yard. That's not how you use an apostrophe, but let it go this time. So we have our actions here. The primary way we interact with the world of Citizen Sleeper. To perform an action, click and drag your chosen action dice to the slot. Sure, so here we can do stuff like dissect the hull and sort through and cut my way through things. Sure. Actions reward you with clock progress, energy, and condition of items, depending on their outcome. There's positive outcomes, which are yellow. There are neutral actions, which you'll succeed. And there are negative actions, meaning the action will fail. I see. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you were enjoying the stream. This is clearly going to be very much an audiobook style stream, but that is okay. I enjoy the opportunities to do voice acting, even though I still haven't settled into Dragos' voice yet, but we'll find what he sounds like eventually. Leave me alone. So we can see whether it's something we can repeat or whether it's something we can only do once. It tells us whether it's safe or it's dangerous. Sure. So if it's dangerous, negative actions means we take damage. Neutral actions can sometimes still mean cryo or energy loss. Sure. The skill is what skill is being tested. Because I have a modifier, I am better at interfacing and worse at enduring, so my character would actually find manual salvaging quite hard, so that might be something we'll put our 6 into, because then it gets reduced to a 5, so we still have pretty good odds of getting what we want. Gotcha. And then there are clocks, which I assume are like clocks and blades in the dark, where things tick up as actions occur. So let's go and do the thing that we initially thought. Let's go and spend our 6, because that will just be reduced to a 5, so a pretty strong chance of success in manual salvage. Oh, did that not work? Yep, it's reduced to a 5. And we can start the action. We still succeed. Excellent. Actions often progress clocks. Absolutely. Very, very blades in the dark. Clocks are displayed below the actions that fill them. Track your actions. Some are cycle clocks. These happen again and again and can complete without player input. Sure. So we got back in business, which we don't know what that means, and 10 cryo, which is good. I'm gonna put 3 in engineer. %25 negative chance, huh? And if we use the 5, it's 50% chance positive, 50% chance neutral. Okay. So the risky modifier increases our chance of failure. Drives and navigation. In Citizen Sleeper, you will unlock drives as you discover more about yourself and the world. Specific objectives, a path we should take. So this can be character defining and also pushes the story in specific directions depending on what drives I kind of choose to follow, I assume. So we've got to try and survive. We've got to look to food to keep our energy up. Fill clocks to get new opportunities, and remember to end cycle when we run out of dice. Sure. We succeeded! Excellent. That was only a 25% chance, so we're quite lucky. Survive. Find a doctor. You will need access to corporate pharmaceuticals, so otherwise this escape attempt will come to a rapid end. Oh, so my character does want to escape anyway, even though that's not an option I chose specifically. I said I wanted to find some answers, but all the same, our character wants to escape this particular space station. Sure. What's over here? Nothing yet. Merchants are willing to run the gauntlet of the Hellion system on rail, so this may tick up. Oh, cryo is cryptocurrency. I see, I see. I still have my 5. Oh, there's a... Oh, that's more options. That's right. I can scroll using the mouse wheel to go to different places. So there's the shipyard. And I can assist a shipbuilder or haul materials around. And I have to specifically work here 8 times to fill up this clock to get the new opportunity of doing something. But it's dangerous work. Hauling materials is something I'm bad at, and it's dangerous, so that's probably not something we'll do yet. There's also the rotunda. We can steal some dock plans. That's dangerous, that makes sense. If we get caught, we'll definitely be in danger. The rotunda of the old dock is filled with passageways and concourses, leading to all sorts of docking bays. So we can explore, but we might get into danger. Okay. Let's go and look at all the options we have first. And then we'll choose how we want to go and proceed. This doesn't have anything for us to do yet, but this is a 4-pip clock, so something might happen here soon. We have Bright Market, and this had a little icon. We can ask for directions, which is apparently very dangerous. We can also explore the market, which is slightly risky. Pay the low-end toll. Ah, so you can't get into this area unless you pay 60 cryo, and I only have 25, so I definitely can't do that yet. All right. Let's try and explore the market with a high rating. Oh, because we did super well, we got 2 pips on the clock. Excellent. And I guess that's now filled, so we can't do it anymore. We can only do this once a day, or can we do this again? We can. So I can take this 50-50 chance of a neutral to negative result to maybe fill in that last pip on the clock. Let's do that, that's fine. Hey, we got lucky. We didn't need to do it. We didn't need to take any damage. So this is now filled. The Bright Market is one of the busiest places of the Ice Tower Rim, and you can find anything and everything here. Well, it's done, but I don't know if there is anything I can do yet. There's nothing I can click on here. So let's leave, maybe. Ah. Yes, by looking around in the slums, we've managed to go and find a doctor. Next comes the call from the enforcer at the door. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. You were thankful for the tip-off that the doctor was operating out of this place, but now you're here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforcer on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying hag block, they have all made the long queue a test of your nerve. But your options are few, and without a supply of stabilizer, this body, your body, well... You suppress a shiver, then shuffle forward to the front of the queue. You try to find something to distract yourself. The enforcer is looking down the corridor, and you dare to glance at him. His purpose is unmistakable. He is there to intimidate, to threaten, and if necessary, carry through those threats. His broad shoulders are framed with a metal exoskeleton. Excuse me. Right. His broad shoulders are framed with a metal exoskeleton. A couple of mirror-like implants sit below his eyes like mercury teardrops, a subsidiary sense input or aesthetic markers you aren't sure. You also aren't familiar with the geometric blade-like tattoo on his arm, but you make a note of it. You avert your eyes when he looks back at the queue. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway and you catch a distant voice. "Send to the next one, Toshiro." The enforcer jerks his head and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheeting on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of the Bright Market's sealed roof and the buzzing traffic above, and for a moment you are transfixed by the motion. "Come sit," comes a sharp voice. "Okay, she's more direct. That's fine." And you see a silhouetted figure turned away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simple folding bed. You make your way across the room. The figure turns, and as they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak. They blink, and then quickly regain their composure. "Please sit." They gesture to the bed, then turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns, a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in her hand. They hold it to their eye. "Remain still, please." Their tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when entered. Fear, recognition, sadness, and are unmistakably etched across their face. Yeah, the transparent cloak is very cool. Very difficult to represent on a mini. I guess you'd have to 3D print that in transparent, like, resin, huh? "How long have you been on the station?" they ask, the scanner still to their eye. "A few cycles." They nod. "It's good you came to me." They set the diagnostic scanner on the table. "I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything." They take your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skill. Transparent garments and sci-fi character designs, yes, very cool. The character design so far definitely is aware of like modern tech wear as an aesthetic, and that's clearly carrying over and modernized into these kind of like industrial cyberpunk designs. It is Arc Knights by way of Necromunda. "Your body is dying." They say it without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. SM-ARP doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose. To prevent bodies like yours, frames as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case, escaping, they built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one which SM-ARP remains the sole producer of. They look up. "Sound familiar?" "Yes." "Good. That may help." They swap to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. "I'm sorry," Sabine says, and you are unsure if they mean for the cold touch of metal or for everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspection of your arm, and SM-ARP has no reason to really stabilize her into the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. I know little of this is of use to you." They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room. As Sabine works, then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at their back, willing them to say something. Anything. Sabine turns to face you. "I may be able to help." They sigh, and you see the darkness under their eyes, hear the fatigue in their voice. They gesture to the door. "You saw Toshiro outside?" You nod. "He works for my benefactor, Yatagan. They're influential in the low end. They give me this space to work, run the door, and take the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, and sew up their wounds." They look away. "But Yatagan has connections. Smugglers from the Starboard Belt, mercenaries working for corporations on Ember. If they can source a stabilizer, maybe you'll have a better chance. Sabine searched down their slate, their notes complete. This is dangerous, and will be expensive, but I think we can do it. Let's not look a gift horse in the mouth, that way. Oh my god. Let's not look a gift horse in the mouth, shall we? Thank you. Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled by the shadows of passing drones. Let's just see if this works first. I'll let you know when we have a lead. You nod and leave, Sabine still staring out, unmoving. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back up through the panels of the roof to see if you can see their face, but the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off into the crowd. Hydration. Now, we haven't eaten today, but also we're out of dice. It does seem that there are actions that you can take that don't require dice to do, like paying to go through the toll booth, right? So maybe... Oh! Look at he! Look at the boy. Emphas is busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. With the precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus onto a dented wok, his other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables in some red-flecked dressing. The smell is incredible. You watch as he fills a set of orders, heaping the fungus with the bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles on his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. You join the queue, and it's mostly made of off-duty salvages, vac suits unzipped and rolled down to expose stained vests, grubby mods, a lattice of scars and tattoos. They discuss the best food on the eye, the best drink, comparing notes on bright market dives, their words cut through with heavy spacer slang. This guy's absolutely trashcore. He has so many bits and pieces. The sheer number of ingredients he's able to free carry is really, really impressive. I guess that means he has a movable stall. Like, he doesn't need to set down an entire setup, probably only really like an individual burner, and he has all of the vegetables and oils and spices just on his body. Because most of the stuff that he's burdened with is food, so he has to be kind of pretty well, like, cleansed, I suppose, even if he is a little worse for wear, maybe. Eventually, it's your turn, and you shuffle to the front. Memphis speaks in a deep, even tone without looking up. I have to go even deeper than that? Alright. First try is free. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks. The earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy, the smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you sleepers, Memphis says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with his piercing eyes. I know. You begin to tell him about your journey to the Eye, as he nods and he cooks, his eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility, and its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container, and the endless cycles spent within it. Now it seems, you tell him, like some dream that you once had, but can never forget. You tell him that the Eye excites you and scares you, and you are unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually you tail off, running out of words. He places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time we can talk some more, he smiles. But next time, you pay. He slams a heavy hand against the button on the burner's side and it shuts off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades. Next time, then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the wok. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearms, each surrounded with a constellation of glittering pin marks. You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus. Your taste senses light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. I can already feel that this is going to be a little harder on my voice. I shouldn't have done a deeper voice, but we'll do what we do. God bless that today was free in terms of paying for the food. Our health meter is filled. Our food meter is filled. Let us rest. Just an octave up all around. Maybe. Oh man, just waking up costs 2 food. Shit. This time, you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station, that skeletal shifting ring, surrounds you. For a moment, you were gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across a colourless void. Then, the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange, and then extensions, as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving into the millions of distributed nodes they connect to you. You see the station, no, you feel the station, like a web of texture in a smooth black liquid. You find a point in the station and you connect to it, pulse through it, follow loops and paths under it and around it. You touch more points than you have fingers, and then you try, in a moment of impulsiveness, to connect to them. The flow passes through you so rapidly that you feel yourself being carried with it, splitting and separating, eddying and gathering. As you do, things occur to you, things you can't possibly know. You reach out, try to grasp them, try to touch them too. You notice a tugging feeling pulling at you insistently, as if it were a small child. Somehow it is pulling in 2 directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts off. You come back, trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours all at once. It'd be cool if there was a bit more of an effect to the interface as we're going through these scenes. Like, the visuals have clearly changed for this kind of like cyber dreamscape, but this feeling of everything shutting off, if that happened at the same time as like the music cutting dead or the background changing in response, that'd be sick. I love stuff like that. I mean, that's one of the big boons of this type of digital storytelling, right? You find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. You close your eyes for a second and you feel it waiting there, the station splayed out across your mind, a storm of connected nodes waiting to be explored, and then it is gone. We have fewer dice today. We can only take 3 actions because our health has dropped too low to access our 4th die. We should probably get some work done today. Two 4s and a 6. Okay. Since these are repeatable, lowered to a 3. Still a 50% chance of a neutral action, so it's in our favor. We still succeed. Excellent. Let's do that again. Doing well, and we're earning money for it too. And then we can do this risky maneuver with the high stats and guarantee our success. We've almost finished the back in business. We'll just need to do one more, I guess tomorrow, because we're already out of dice. Since we lose 2 points a day, it feels like it's something we should, we could wait until tomorrow to achieve. Yeah, we can't really do anything here until this maxes out, so it'll take another 2 days for that option to be available. So we can play the exchange, which is risky, or we can sell some components. We don't have any scrap yet, so we can't sell anything. But we might be able to, in the future, use some dice to go and turn some money into more money. For now, though, I think that's everything that we can sensibly do today, so we're just going to go back and rest. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. It sparks with glittering lights like stars reflected in a winter lake. It is clearer, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads you see bright shapes, cachets of shimmering light beneath the transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring, through these forms, and then leaping off into the void. You begin to understand these are nodes and connections, a map of information, of communication. There are so many layers, so many loops, it seems almost impossible to pass. But you begin to try. There are more threads than you can count. You choose one that passes nearby and approach it. As you inspect it, you understand why you instinctively chose the word thread when you first saw them. They are not single lines, but rough, fuzzy things woven from data strings of all kinds. The threads and nodes, passages and puzzle boxes, one leads to another. There's so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the paths and open the boxes. You look out across this ghost landscape of exchange and see an opportunity. But then the insistent tugging again, pulling at you. You look down and see two lines, two threads pulling in different directions as if they were tied to you. I'm always a fan of even numbers. Let's go for the second. The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something. Excuse me. And this time you see something. The sphere shimmering above a strange, angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. Ooh, there is intrusion countermeasure electronics in this system. Do not be deleted, young sleeper. The first thread leads out, away from the station into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They are in a ship. The ship is approaching ever closer with each cycle. You open your eyes. Time is short. Time is short and life is fleeting. Ooh, 2 6s today. The cloud. Something has changed inside you. You can now access the data cloud of the Eye, a network of decaying protocols and data caches. While there, you can use dice and items to access systems and extract data, but be careful, these networks are old and strange. Toggle this view. Ah. So these are interesting additional bits of things we can interact with, but we don't know what they are yet. They are all still encoded. First things first, let's go eat something. Oh, I see. And it gives you 3 food points. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know, because I was kind of like, I wonder if it would if I was only like 2 nodes away, whether it would overheal me. So it's a good thing I waited, actually. And buying stuff from him repeatedly is what earns his trust, and then he might give me new things. Gotcha, got it. Well, let's do some work first. Because I want to get that back in business up. So we can take that 50-50 chance. It's a 75 chance, I guess. Lucky? Negative outcome, I lose some money. Ah. I kind of don't want to use one of my 6s on this. But it would be great to fill this up today, so we're gonna spend one of our 6s. We're gonna reattempt it. Okay, we are now back in business and no longer need to do either of these things. And there is immediate dialogue on the other side of it. You arrive into a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across a vast dark shape suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched hull plates and bent structures, spilling from holes in a twisted shape. The cutter is huge and has been torn apart in some violent encounter. She's a beauty, isn't she? Dragos stands to the side, focused on the hulking ship as it's lowered into the yard. What is it? Dragos laughs. That, my friend, is A-grade scrap. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up. And now look at this. Now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through multiple hull breaches. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Dragos for this monstrous craft. You can't help but think of what has become of its crew. What happened? What do you mean? He glances at you. I managed to convince our salvager friends to give it to me on credit. That's what happened. No. What happened to the ship? Not my concern, he shrugs. The ship creaks like a calving iceberg. Calving as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know I shouldn't have told. I know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm gonna need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl all over the hulk, their lights illuminating flashes of dented hull. Watching, you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion, locked inside that container, the wreck of the S&ARP freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered. Or was the container delivered to Dragos on its own, a womb for your rebirth into this strange station? You shudder. Perhaps if you could learn something about the ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Dragos squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we're up to it. What do you think? You see the fading name of the ship emblazoned on its side. Winter Light. Let's do it. He claps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few, and we can make a start. A real beauty, Dragos repeats, perhaps just to himself. You take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting, and then slip out of the yard, suddenly feeling cold in the empty passage. We have a new drive and an upgrade point. Each drive completed unlocks your upgrade point, spending on your character. Access your character menu via the arrow button at the top right of the screen. So I have one upgrade point, and it costs 2 upgrade points to gain a new skill, and 3 upgrade points to give it a +2. I see, okay. Ah, right, it's like a scale. So there's some stuff that's at -1. This is already at 1, and it would cost 2 upgrade points to push it to 2. I see. This interface is a little strange. I would quite like to gain... I'm torn between efficient extractor and predictive reasoning, engineer or intuit. Both of those seem like reasonable ways of upgrading this character. Does anybody have a preference? I'm willing to take suggestions from chat, whether we go for engineer or intuit. It gives me some time to take another sip. No preference. Fair enough. Let's go for Intuit. Love to be able to weigh up my options. My VTuber persona. Intuit is the social skill, yes. And actually, I did say when we were picking our characters, it's like I like picking social characters. So that stands to reason. Let's spend some money to make some money, I think. So if we succeed at this, we could gain 19 cryo. But if we fail at this, we could lose 11 cryo. Well, let's just make sure that we are guaranteed to succeed. Thank you. And we gain 2 ticks to Trusted Trader. Nice. So we have Study the Winterlight. Get to know Emphis if we keep eating there more. Build a ship mind. You have heard talk of a fabricator owned by Ort Exchange. Where is the Ort Exchange? Maybe that is something that we can investigate as we go, because I don't think... Oh, right. So if we max out the tracker of being a trusted trader, we might be able to build the ship mind in future. But for now, we are out of dice, so we should go home and rest. Ooh, we have shitty dice today. We do not have good dice today. As you close up, a voice echoes down the corridor towards you. Sleeper, wait up! Feng is coming down the corridor towards you, a wonky grin on his broad face. Hey, glad I caught you. Do I know you? He grins. You do now? He puts a hand on your arm. I've seen you hanging around, just wanted to chat. You staying in that thing? He nods back to the container, shaking his hand. Well, it can be hard to get a start in the eye. He looks away down the passage. What was it that old Erlin said? The eye opens for us all? Nice idea, but not always very practical. He glances back at you. We do our best, but it isn't easy. We? You pass together into the main walkway. Pavanage, we're all one dysfunctional family. Feng puts an arm around you. I'm not part of the security branch though, don't worry. I'm with systems. Pavanage? Think of us as an administrative association for the Eye. Depends on who you talk to. We either emerged as a response to or a continuation of Andre Erlin's original union. He smiles. Personally, I avoid the topic. He stops you in the quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I've been seeing some unusual network activity and, well, I know a little about you sleepers. I have a small proposition for you. He glances around. But, well, this is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare. Then when you are settled, stop by. He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. I would love a hacking job. I'm specifically good at that. He pats you on the back, his voice bright and his dark look suddenly gone. Stay clean, Take that from the top. Stay clean, sleeper. He walks off down the passage, raising a hand in farewell. Ooh. Well, first things first, I'm the realist. This is now finished, and we can go check in. The first thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshiro's implants, like a cat's eyes in the dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark, and you push through the sheeting into the surgery. I have it. Sabine stands with the case open in front of them, a set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick one up, rotating it in the warm light. I have no idea how Yatsukin... They trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. I don't care. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but we need to be careful. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. They gesture for you to sit on the bed. The stabilizer works under similar principle to an immunosuppressant in the transplant operation, and that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which are over time identified by your body as foreign material, and therefore must be eliminated. Sabine holds up a vial of would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes those passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all of its own organs. Passcodes? In very basic terms, yes, they sigh. Look, what matters here is that the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. They glance away. At least, if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. They begin readying the syringe. They'll start a small dose to limit the risk. Okay, let's do it. Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses a syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. They tap the syringe and you watch as if any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, your frame registering the initial injection but with little response. A sensation begins to spread from the site, a fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes white, and when it returns, Sabine stands encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into the darkness as you settle back against the bed. You swim in darkness, muffled noises, like an argument heard from underwater, prickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of their slate. Awake? What happened? The stabilizer is genuine. They sit down beside the bed. I don't know how Yatsukin acquired a case of this stuff, but they did. Sabine looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you're going to have to do that somewhere else. They gesture to the door. I have other patients. Sorry. Sabine nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You're going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room and they return to their glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. You wonder how long you've been out. Sabine? Nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You manage to get to your feet and wander out into the hallway. The key stretches down the flickering corridor. Toshiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. Ooh, how uneasy making. Let's go eat. Always a good idea to eat food. And it means that Emphas likes us more. Excellent. Let's see here. Existing clocks haven't filled yet, but I feel that we should push this on by 1. 75% chance. Hey, neutral outcome. Okay, we just get paid, but this is fine. And then we have our 2 shitty dice. Let's see if there's something that has a... Oh, cool. We have something that requires 2 Intuit. So by doing forensic trawl, by investigating the Winterlight means picking through the systems and structures with care. It won't pay, but it will find you answers. And then there's cutter salvaging. Dragos is happy to pay you a fixed wage if you're up to it. So that earns us more consistently money, but it is dangerous. It's an engineer role, so it is one that we don't take a penalty to, but because we only have 1s and 2s in our inventory right now, it seems that going for this one, which isn't going to be, you know, punishing us, is going to be... Okay. Pushing the Winterlight on by 1, let's do that again. Oh, very lucky. 2 heads in a row. But we are maxed on energy, meaning that we can go to bed and tomorrow be rolling 5 dice. Oh, and look at our rolls today. Good God. Excuse me. Good rolls today. Excellent. Ooh, we have Feng able to speak to. Sleeper! Feng catches your attention as you approach the Havenage building, leaning against the bay door to the side of the entrance. You approach. Easier to come in this way. Security, all that. He gives you a look. You know. He slams a button and the bay creaks open, blinking lights in the dark behind it. You follow Fang inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. This is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to generators and diagnostic slates and things you don't recognize that glow with blue screen light. There's a chorus of hums that blends into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Feng leans on the server stack and gestures around. You like it? Oh yes, I love the technology. I'm an interface robot. He smiles widely. I thought you'd say that. He taps a nearby server stack, which bleeps in response. Excuse me. This is my treasure trove, all dredged up from this sea of systems we call the Eye. You wouldn't believe what this place runs on. He steps over to a towering block speckled with vents. Some of these systems are built from the original station, A1, the one Solheim built. We had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence. I think Feng likes to be dramatic. Residents here look up at the Eye and think that they are seeing a constant concrete reality. But this place is a system in constant flux, decaying and growing, collapsing into new configurations. He walks down between the hardware stacks and you follow. We are keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins. He stops. At least, that's what I'm trying to do. He turns back to face you among the flickering machines and they all hum around you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All these systems and sections. You can, can't you? Oh, absolutely. It's all interlinked within cells interlinked. Makes sense, right? You are between here and there, between the people and their systems. You light this place up like a beacon. That's all I need. You glance at the lights around you, and as you do, they seem to flicker, to realign, to follow your gaze. Feng notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you're on the run, though. They're tracking me. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Subsystems I can't see. Access protocols lost to time and decay. Secrets. A shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place. Break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. His voice lowers below the hum. Even in Havenage there is old growth. Those whose roots trace back to the bad old days. You help me dredge up the past, and I'll see what I can do about that tracker of yours. He winks. What do you say, Sleeper? I'm in. Feng pumps his, I am looking for answers. I did earlier say that I'm looking for answers, and this is gonna be, you know, if we're making this ship float through the sheer force of like non-Euclidean math, that's pretty sick. We should probably learn how that works. Feng pumps his fist and claps you on the shoulder. He meets your eye. You won't regret it, Sleeper. Feng passes you a ragged-looking metal tab. A gift. He smiles. There's a Solheim cipher. I dug it up from the depths of this station, slot that into an old network gate, and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the nodes inside. He walks you back to the front of the bay. Start by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use that emulated mind of yours and see what's there. Get a picture of how things are. Those above, he nods at the ceiling, have granted me an acquisitions budget. I can pay you for whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. He slams the door button again. Keep it quiet and keep it clean, Sleeper, and I'll see you real soon. You step, blinking, back out into the passage. Those flickering lights still in the back of your mind. I like Feng. Feng's cool. So we can now, is there dice rolls that we do here? Deliver the data that I find. Okay, sure. So I feel like using my worst die on this, and then we can start using our 6s on some experimental shit. Feng is extremely cool. Yeah. Hi, bike, bye. Bike, bye, and thank you for the follow. Ooh, full success. Still working our way up. Nice. There's going to be a fixed amount of time that we can actually stay here before Dragus removes us, I assume. Okay. The scrap freighter. We can go here to go buy stuff. We can go to the low end. We have scrap that we can do things with now. Actually, let's go do that. Let's spend 1 scrap and sell some components. Cool. I got a bunch of money from that. And on our tick on the trusted trader. Excellent. We could probably spend a 6 here and guarantee that we hit trusted trader today, which might be worth doing. Yeah, 2 pips on that, and we've got a lot of money. Excellent. That will definitely come in handy later. I know what the Cyberpunk future is like. I know being stacked with cash is going to be very important to doing sensible maneuvers. So we've now found the Ort Fabricator. And we need 3 of the ship mind fragments to be able to make a thing. We don't know what that is yet, though, so we'll have to come back and deal with that some other time. We can pay to get passage into the low end, and we can also do some fun hacking bits and pieces. I do have 1 Solheim cipher. This gate conceals a network of systems which have been untouched since the Solheim collapse. Sure, let's go and give it a look. We have access, but we no longer have the cipher. So we need to Oh, no problem, no problem. Thank you for joining us. We now have access to this area. Ah, a whole bunch of nodes to look at. Data actions allow you to extract data from the networks of the eye. They work like dice actions, but in order to unlock them, you must first match your dice to the one displayed to the right of the action. If you have a +1 or +2 modifier in the interface skill, you will be given more possible dice to match. Ah, so this is a way that we can use our low shitty numbers rather than risking it on rolls that might damage us. I understand. This requires a 2 or a 3. This one's a 4 or a 2. This one's a 3 or a 2. What about this? All of these require low numbers, huh? The game is kind enough to not demand a 5 or a 6 from me, huh? If it just means that we don't do any hacking today, that is okay. So this gives us a bit of room to think about what we want to go and do next then. Assist a shipbuilder. It's risky. There are no tourists here. Yeah. But we also can pay, what, like 19 money? 60 money. Okay, it's a lot. Is that every day? Let's pay it, because we can afford to today. And I still have enough money to be able to actually, you know, buy food, if need be. Oh yeah, and it just unlocks the oh my god, there's a lot of other parts of the ship, I see. You can pay 150 to get to the very, very end of the ship. There's a whole bunch of new places to explore. We can intuit and engage. A bunch of tunnels that we can climb. And if we fail, we'll take a condition, because we'll probably hurt ourselves if we fall off. And the low end. Play Tavla. The clack of filter caps can be heard in every concise concourse and low end, as the residents pay rotating rounds of the game for cryo. No one knows you're here. You'll need to change that if you want access to low end's residents and facilities. So we can engineer... We can gain energy if we do well. Okay. Interesting. Because this lower bar is our energy track. So now I have to kind of think a bit harder about how I want to go and spend my time. This is actually a pretty reasonable one to do. Because if we succeed and we gain energy, then that means the next day we'll have a perfect gap to fill with food. And if we fail and we lose energy, then I can just eat the food today, and that's perfectly fine, and we're stable either way. So we can spend the 5 on this and not be too worried. We get a point in low ender, but it was the neutral outcome, not the super positive outcome. Understood. We didn't gain any, like, money or anything by doing that, though, unfortunately. We can buy scrap. The big stuff goes to the shipyards, and the valuable stuff to the markets. I'll let you buy a few crates, but not much more. So I can only buy a maximum of 3 bits of scrap, 60 cryo in total. And then eventually this will leave unless we if we take too long. So this will be around for 3 cycles. I see. Okay. Lots of stuff to do, lots of options. I do want to explore the Winterlight. So let's go and and then we have our 6 to spend. Where do we want to spend that 6? Let's spend the 6 getting to know the sailors better, maybe? Oh, we can also steal the dock plans, huh? We have a whole bunch of new stuff that we can get. But we can make this a full success. And if we get full success, then we immediately get Dock Watcher. Good thing that we held on to this last one. Dun 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 dun! Nice. Keeping our eye on new arrivals. The Overlook Bar and Kita, the stranded mercenary. Hey you, wanna earn a chip? Ankita stands beside a huge pile of tied together hull plates. She stretches out her back, her shoulders bulging underneath her flight suit. Sure. You cross the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into 2 bundles. What is it with this place? She asks as she lashes the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. She straightens up to an imposing height, her armor plates creaking, and looks you up and down. Don't try anything, alright? She taps the butt of her sidearm. I don't want to have to put anyone else down today. Anyone else? She shrugs. What can I say? My temper's a little short lately. Ankita hoists 1 bundle of plating onto her shoulder. Come on then, enough chat. You gotta earn that chip. You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. Ankita gives you a look. Ship's this way. And she sets off down the gantry at an impressive speed. As you catch up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small crowd of Steve doors. I don't know what that is. What's all this for? Oh, this? She nods at the plates on her back. I'm building a treehouse. She gives you another of her looks. It's for the ambergris, that cutter you might have seen. It's for the ambergris, that cutter you might have seen sitting silent out there. She rapidly turns another corner as you trail behind. She got cut up pretty bad on our last job and I had to moor up here for a spell. But since then, it's only gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced the core from our ship mind, so now she's gone dark. She shifts the panels on her shoulder. The upshot is that I'm short 1 ship mind with a ton of repairs to do, and the rest of the crew got signed off the moment they got wind I'd been stranded. So yeah, it's been a time. Yeah. Love the thigh-high space boots. Let's go. Anything I can do to help? I don't know. You got a ship mind tucked away on that frame of yours? For a moment, you aren't sure if she's serious. Ankita swings the plates from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She hauls the 2nd bundle off your shoulder. You're the first person I've actually met him. You're the first person I've met him who might actually be considered helpful. She pauses, chewing her bottom lip. Look, wanna help? Come see me. I need a hand putting the amber back together, and you don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. She passes the bundles of plates through the ambergris's outer lock and then turns back. Just don't go spreading all of this around. Ankita throws you a couple of chits. Consider it a bonus for trying not to grift me. I might play this more than once, depending. We've done a couple of book club games where I have continued to play it on camera. Often I will play it off camera, but this falls, because this is a tabletop RPG style game, this could fit within the remit of Top Deck Tuesdays. If people would love to, if people would enjoy me to, let's start that sentence again. If people would enjoy seeing me play more of this, this might become our Tuesday slot game if people are interested. She gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway. All right, get out of here. She calls back, and the door lock slams shut. And we have a new drive discovered. In addition to just surviving. Fix the ambergris. Yes. I have to repair the hull first, and then later it's going to need a ship mind. So we've sort of unlocked this mission ahead of it being necessary, but hey, we have it. And we've also got these two new locations: the sealed dock, which needs a maglock breaker, and the Overlook Bar, where we can buy some rations, and we can also buy a drink. Let's buy a drink. Oh, we're getting some energy off that. Nice. We can buy more drinks tomorrow. We're out of dice, so let's go rest. We have to escape soon. Maybe this might be a game that we can complete a run of within one day. Oh, we've been given shitty dice, but we know where we can use that now. We can use that in the hacker space, in the hackerverse. So this needs a 1. Bypass. Extract data. We have some Solheim data that we can go and give to our friend for some stuff. This requires a 2 or a 3. Is there another that requires a 1? I would rather get rid of my 1s if I can help it. Oh, the numbers change, maybe. A 3 or a 2. 2 or a 3. This is a 1. Cool. An encrypted key, so we can use that to unlock a maglock later. Oh, we got hit by an encounter. We've been hacking too much. As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you. A thread strung tight around you, it tethers you in place. A taste. The voice makes you shiver. Its source somehow both distant and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and then suddenly a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, circling like a shark, like a wolf. Entity unknown. Astringent. Processing. Please hold. The thread around you thickens until it is a ring, a cylinder, a tunnel of light circled around you. It is blinding for a moment, and then it is gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Hold on a second, I need to sneeze. Excuse me. A figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. That is a cool ice design. Hell yeah. Love the design of that creature. Excellent. I used to play a lot of Android Netrunner back in the day. And a lot of the ICE, like the security system cards, And then some of the virus cards you could use if you're a hacker had some really cool character designs. I should probably look back to some of those cards of inspiration for other projects, other painting projects and things like that. That would be a cool thing to revisit. What are you? The shape paces around you on live legs, though there is no ground here to pace on. Entity identify. Origin. Serial. Cadence. The figure expects you. Faces you expectantly. Sleeper. That's an ARP. Unknown. Known. The figure's strange head rotates. Brackish signature. Of and not of. Attempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head. Thick, snaking vine-like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Nah, bye. You kick off and glide away through the crowd, the threads surging after like predatory tentacles. They follow, wrapping the space around you until you are held within a web, a tangle of tentacles closing in. Stop! Hunter halts its threads, its head twitching. Entity, your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you confirm your legal right to sentience? I'm a person. Incorrect. You are an entity. All at once, the hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste. The one from the sealed dock. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access. I will interface. Sealed dock? An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet. The hunter extends a razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. You lash out with all your force. Not a physical strike, but a focusing, a spike of interference leaping out like the tip of a spear. The hunter stumbles, shifts, separates. You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear. Well, shit. Oh boy. Ooh. This requires a 2. More data. Leave. I need to find 3 pieces of data, huh? And I get money. Excellent. I can max that out today. I do have a 3 that I can use. Oh, no, that needs a 4 or a 2. I can't. I see. I can buy a stabilizer, but it costs 100 money, which is a lot that I don't have. Let's see. Options on what to go and spend my remainder. Play the exchange is pretty risky with the low dice that I have, so I'd rather not to do that. It's probably best to do it on safe maneuvers, which is probably Dragos' yard. Like, this doesn't have any punishments for failure aside from wasting my time. Okay, we spent the 1. Now, the best way of spending that 3, huh? It's dangerous, and I could take damage if I don't really want to do that. That feels like a bad idea. Let's just keep pushing the forensic trawl. Success? Success! Hell yeah. We got a ship mine fragment. So we have 1 of 3. If we keep working at it, we'll be able to get all 3, and maybe we can use that to escape. Squeezed into the office at the entrance to the yard, you lay out everything you have on the Winterlight across the metal desk. Your makeshift forensic notes glow on Drago's old writing slate, overlapping lines and scrawled annotations. A set of drone scans fill the small terminal with a spectrum of colors, a heat map of damage and decay. A crumpled printout form from the office ship registry lies beside them, synthetic paper so thin it's almost transparent. Let's look at the slate. Your attempts at reconstruction of the Winterlight before its fatal accident consists of a series of overlapping sketches and diagrams showing possible layouts and configurations of the gutted cutter. This was no off-the-shelf model. It was heavily modified. Parts replaced with inventive configurations, new retrofitted into the old, handmade joints and reconditioned filters. This was someone's pride and joy, a lifetime project kept running with care and intuition. It also contained a set of hidden compartments. You missed them at first, where the hull had been thickened, by the corners the corners rounded to disguise the change, but they are there. Reactor failure. That is the verdict that anyone would have returned after a cursory glance at the stacked heat maps of the remains of the Winterlight. On the thermal screen, the ship is shown in section, blotches of color marking the approximate damage the ship sustained. Dominating the view is a single blood-red rose radiating from the ship's fraction drive. A simple story. A catastrophic failure of the drive core leading to a fatal hull breach. A well-documented failure, likely brought on by wear or misuse. But you aren't looking for the rose of the reactor. You are looking at a smaller, paler mark, one that might be easy to miss at first glance. It is thumbprint-sized and delicately placed over the control servos for the ship's main external airlock. It suggests a controlled, shaped explosion, one designed to punch through the hull and allow access to the airlock from outside. You are looking at it because it is troubling you. A plain list shows the registration history of the Winterlight, the gaps between the entries tantalizingly opaque. For the first registration was a couple of thousand cycles ago on this very station locked at the central hub. From here, the registry tells the story of a busy ship, one that rarely stayed on the station for more than a few cycles, and often took on voyages that kept it away from the eye for up to 100 cycles. The Winterlight got little rest. An old ship, many cycles under its belt, carefully maintained. A reactor failure preceded by a carefully concealed external entry. A suite of hidden compartments tucked away. This was the Winterlight, and this was its story. But that's not the full story, because there's something else. It is little more than a list. A tiny chunk of data you were able to pull from the ship's systems. The main systems were fried, of course, but the Winterlight had a separate system, one tucked away in one of its hidden compartments. Armored. Airwalled. This list, the only recoverable piece from the whole system, is a partial inventory. It details the contents of the hidden compartments. Some of it you don't recognize, and some of it you do. Ship mine ROMs, shimmer, cryochain codes, and then the final entry. Passenger, sleeper. You stare at the list on the terminal and try not to think about what it was like arriving here. In the cold for so long, half frozen in the freight container. Had the sleeper been smarter, luckier? How had they convinced the Winterlight, a smuggler's ship if you ever saw one, to attract them from Esnarp? You luckier, you laugh. Luckier, you laugh. There had been no remains found in any of the Winterlight's compartments. You had checked. They weren't so lucky, you guess. Not in the end. You hold up a vial of stabilizer to the light. This was all you could find in their compartment. A parting gift from Esnarp. Well, it won't go to waste now. You put it in your back pocket. The thought still bothers you, though. 2 ships carrying sleepers coming into the same yard. 2, one after the other. That feels wrong. You flick back and forth between datasets on the terminal, thinking, and you see that thumbprint again, the mark of someone trying to get in. Someone who entered the Winterlight with precision and speed, and when they were done, left the reactor to clean up the rest. The thought of that person makes you shiver. Suddenly, the office door creaks open. Drago stands in the doorway, staring at the equipment and notes you've assembled. What's all this? He snatches the slate from the desk faster than you realize he could move. You running an investigation here? What am I paying you for? The drone on his shoulder starts whining shrilly, his anger passing to it through its implants. Where is this ship from? Leave this alone. He starts shaking his head. I know you have lots of questions, but this isn't the way. He turns away, muttering something to himself. This is the last thing I need. The ship had a sleeper on it. Dragus freezes, suddenly angry. What did you say? He pushes past you to look at the terminal at the list. He shakes his head. So what? Aren't all of you trying to escape? You're lucky it was you that made it out alive. Not them. He folds his arms indignantly. Drago seems to steady himself and then turns back to you, the heat map of the reactor failure reflected in his headset's glassy eyes. I've given you a place to stay. I've given you work. He stumbles over the words, unsure of what to say. There's plenty of others who would have sold you on, turned you in, but not me. No. I know. He softens. Look, you've helped me too. He quiets the drone. I've done well by you and you've returned the favor. He straightens up and clears his throat. But this obsession you have with the ship isn't going to work for me. I can't have you making my clients nervous. I can't have you digging up whatever it is you're after. You can't work here anymore. I need the work. There's plenty of other work to be had on the Eye. Salvagers need offloads in the Rotunda, and yet again are always looking for crew. I'm not the only show in town. Dragos reaches you across you and flicks off the terminal. As the light of the monitor dies, a kind of eerie calm falls on both of you. Whatever this was, it is done. You made it out, Sleeper, but that means you have to move on. Someone killed that ship and its crew. And you want me to meet them? He shakes his head. We're done here. In the dark, Dragos' headset glints, and you wish for a moment you could see his eyes and meet them. Maybe then he would understand. You get up from the desk and Dragos gathers the notes, stuffing them into a pocket of his overalls. He holds the door for you, his headset expressionless as always. You can stay in the container. I won't take that from you. Don't come back. His tone is final, definite, with an edge of disappointment. You walk out of the office and then out of the yard, not stopping to look back. You leave the yard, thumbing the vial in your pocket, knowing that this, at least, guarantees you a little more time. As you walk, your mind once again drifts to that person who killed the Winterlight, and whether or not that person will come for you. All right. We didn't need to buy a vial of stabilizer to be able to have a method of surviving, and we have an upgrade available. So we can continue to push into it into 1+1, which I think is actually pretty useful. So we're in a pretty dangerous place, huh? Just by asking too many questions means people gonna come for yous. Let's go eat first. We should eat some food. And then go talk to... so these are the bits and pieces that we can go and do. We have an interface role, which is great. It's dangerous, but we're good at interfacing, so... But if we fail it, then we can potentially fully destroy the ship and rule out our ability to be able to leave. But for now, we should, no, we did turn over those bits and pieces. So for now, it is time to rest, I think. We're almost halfway through our time We only have another 4 days before whatever's coming for us comes for us. Oh, we have a 6. That is good. We have some 1s and a 2 as well. Let's go get that remaining Solheim node. It wants either a 4 or a 2, which we have. We even get some bonus money out of it. Let's deliver that data. Action complete. Gave us a bunch of money too. Always useful. As you enter the bay, Feng is nowhere to be seen. The banks of servers and machines blink out of the dark in staccato rhythms, unseeing eyes of the station's digital ghosts. Shitheads. Feng's voice echoes from behind the stack, followed by a hammer of a fist on the metal casing. They snaky shitheads. Who's snaky? Sleeper! Fen's smiling head pops out from behind a stack. To recoup a bit of a detail from previous, for those who maybe missed some of the previous, what we've seen so far, we were investigating one of the ships that Dragos was looking at. We did a dig through of its schematics, found that it had a sleeper on board who died, and also that the ship crashed because somebody broke onto the ship and intentionally detonated its nuclear reactor. Of course, that kind of assassination and sabotage is something that could probably be precisely tracked. So Dragos is very worried that because we've been looking into it, it would draw him unwanted attention. So we are no longer allowed to work with Dragos anymore. But if Feng is willing to go and pay me consistently 15 creds a pop, that's more than what Dragos pays us, so I'm not too worried. Sleeper! Feng's smiling head pops out from behind a stack. Just the emulated consciousness I have been eager to see. Come back here. You pick your way between the thrumming stacks, trying not to trip on the loose bundle of cables that blanket the dark floor. Feng is sat in front of a set of monitors mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? Feng waves at a monitor to his side, glowing with pale lists of information. You lean in closer, looking for the links in the data. The tables seem to be filled with personal information. Names, genders, dates, ID numbers, all the markers of institutional records. Were they the shitheads you were referring to? Feng laughs. Maybe not all of them, but what kind of shitheads? Solheim, I can only assume. Bingo. He taps at the terminal. I pulled these from the old data you brought in, all the employees of the Eye's original owners. And he leans past you and scrolls the list down. This one. This is a snaky shithead. He stabs at the screen with a finger. The name reads Hardin Hurst. Friend of yours? Feng gives you a sideways look. Funny you should say that, Sleeper. He drags the stool out beside him and motions for you to sit. There just so happens to be a Hardin Hurst in Havenage. He waits for your reaction. Are you sure? Well, that's where you might be able to help me. Feng leans back in his chair. Just think about it. Decades ago, Hardin worked on this station as a... Feng leans across to look at the monitor. Senior Strategic Operations Executive. Feng raises his eyebrows at you. Hardin was keeping the money coming for Solheim. He defended the priority growth initiatives by making sure the extractors they contracted out were hooked into a system that outsourced all the risk and kept the profit. Good old Hardin shuttled thousands of Palladium Rush workers into an infrastructure which meant their cut of the work they did went straight back to Solheim. How do you know this? I grew up here, Sleeper. This is my history. I am a child of the collapse. Feng turns back to his screen, staring hard at the strings of code flickering by. Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens, worked on Solheim ships. They breathed Solheim air and slept in Solheim beds. Feng's voice rises as he speaks, his hands and fists on the terminal edge. And the work they paid for that existence, the cycles of hard extraction out in the belt, Solheim took their cut. This was a company town, so to speak. And my parents were just another in the long line of freelance contractors willing to risk their lives for a shot at anything other than poverty. Disposable. This guy, stabbing at Hardin once again with his finger, strategized all that, did the sums, and then somehow, thousands and thousands of cycles later, is still going here, still here, crawling in the walls like some shithead snake. He survived the revolution. But how? These guys? They were big time. There's a lot of money you can get if you were a company man. Feng relaxes a little. But how is Hardin still kicking? I don't really know. He turns to you and smiles. So, we are going to find out. Hardin is now a big shot in the shipyards, just a few degrees back here, back around the eye from here. Feng brings up a map of the lower eye. Pavanage may be born out of Erlin's revolutionary zeal, but a flat hierarchy it is not. Hardin happened to float up to the top. Then Feng zooms in on the far yards. Feng grimaces. The thing is, I don't have access to those systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid and they don't like anyone from systems digging around in their stuff. Plus, we need more than just the name of a Solheim executive. We need proof. Feng holds up his thumbnail-sized drive. That's where this little creation of mine comes in. I call it a ripperworm. He turns to the drive between his fingers. It'll rip through any digital storage and spin out a silken thread of filtered data. This one is set on the scent of Hardinhurst. He hands it over. Getting into the compound might be tricky. Feng puts a hand on your shoulder, but you, however, have a particular knack for remote access. Feng grins. If you can extract yourself a Havenage cipher from a Havenage agent, they sometimes carry them among their data caches. You crack open the compound's network and slot the worm in through any open port. You never even need to go near the shipyards. So what do you say? Up for it? Well, what's in it for me? Rooting out a corrupt snake, not enough. Find the information and we'll start that work on that tracker of yours. Feng scratches at his chin. Anything the worm gets, it'll send back here. And there's something wrong here, and I aim to get to the rotten core of it. You leave Feng digging through data among the wires and machines of the old station. As you walk out, you try to imagine the eye as it once was, a vast machine running smooth and strong, directed by people like Hardin. A vast Solheim built into the machine which thousands poured from the surrogate systems looking for a new life. The hope of a better future engineered to line someone else's pockets. It's an idea you're intimately familiar with. You think of Hardin still alive, still part of this place, and wonder if the past is ever truly past. And there is the post-capitalist, or rather, the collapsed capitalist intrigue. So if I take this 3 and the +1 into it upgrades it to a 4, hello? I still run the 75% chance of the 25% chance of a negative result. Oh, this is one that we can only do. This is something we can only do once, huh? I'm going to guarantee it then, please. Okay, so ship shape is now slowly being boosted. And it can't be done anymore. +2 to ship shape. Excellent. That'll push it along a little more. So Shipyard still has a whole bunch of interesting bits and pieces for me to do. If we lose 1 energy here, we can go and buy more food, so... Neutral outcome, just 1. Okay, that's fine. And is there an eye that we can look at here? A 2 or a 3. I spent that 3, so I can't do that anymore. Is there any 1s floating around I can interact with? The Havenage agents have put a lot of stuff for me to investigate around, huh? Ooh! This one is breakable with just 1. Another encrypted key. Sure. So every time I do a hack, this increases. And then if it increases halfway, I get kind of caught. So, I get caught by Hunter, so I don't want to push it too much every day. We can also, just double checking, we can buy scrap for 20. And we can only do that 3 times. Ah, this is a repeatable action. We do actually have the data to unlock this. Let's find out what's inside. So it's a lot of progress clocks this game is about, huh? Interesting. Let's see what's inside. Neovend 33, the mysterious machine. As you slip inside the sealed dock, a pulsing light grabs your attention. Among the discarded tubing and rusting plates, a machine flickers with a warm glow. As you get closer, you recognize the machine's blocky shape, settled into an alcove in the side of a dock. A kind of upright cabinet it is covered in faded logos and messages, from which you assume was once an industrial vendor, intended to dispense and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts necessary for the regular running of freight and resource extraction vessels. The manufacturer is listed as Neovend, and you remember an advert from long ago, the squeezed among all the off-world recruitment drives that assaulted every planet-born citizen, which chirpily sang that name over and over. You wipe a layer of dust from the cracked screen, thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance on their rented ships. Enter your registration, chirps a pre-recorded... Oh, no. Enter your registration, chirps a pre-recorded message, catching you off guard. Let's press some keys. You reach for the keypad and something begins whirring. At first, it sounds like servo motors starting up. But it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, and then a multi-tonal voice that emanates from Neovend. Entity, they hiss. Speak with me. There is a squeal, almost like some strange mechanical swallowing or intake of breath, before the machine speaks again. I have need of you. You have need of me. That squeal comes again, and you see that it is the 3D printing apparatus in the upper part of the machine resetting into place, so that each time the servos can be orchestrated to produce that whirring, whining voice. You are in danger. Danger? The machine creaks. You are marked for deletion, entity. Hunter tracks you. And the screech rattles through the empty dock. You remember the strange head, the figure, the threads closing in. Hunter. The Hunter Protocol. They taste your signature. The sudden whine sets your teeth on edge. You have seen them. This is the gift of an emulated mind. You close your eyes and the skeleton of the station starts to thrum. Emulated minds are adaptable, Move where neurons cannot. The mechanism resets, but emulation makes you its target. Adaptable. Yes, you can move through networks, clouds, hardware, software. Neovend whines, but you cannot hide there. Hunter is there. The servos judder and the vending machine's casing. Judder the vending machine's casing as they reset. Hunter searches for me also. Hide in this machine. You look at the ruined vending machine, an unusual hiding place for sure. Can counter Hunter, but need entity outside machine. Need you. The screen attached to the vending machine with a swiveling arm comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station, ghostly, threaded. The cloud. Points along the rim glow in deep red. Hunter is always gathering. Too much data. Must build nests, explains Neovend. Masters are gone, but continues hunt. Bring this data. Raid its nests. So the hunter gathers data, and you can go and find that data and extract it. Station builders, Solheim. The machine rumbles impatiently. Long gone, their protocols still haunt. So Hunter is kind of doing work for a system that is long since rendered obsolete. Bring offerings, save self. The event says pointedly. Mutual need means friends, they conclude, tired of the conversation. The whirring amplifies and then suddenly stops as mechanisms within the machine click back into place. The glow fades and you are left stood in the dark of a sealed dock, that voice ringing in your ears. So if we find compulsively gathered data from Hunter, we can give it to Neovend, and if we give them 3, they give us something new. Well, we are currently out of dice. And we are good for purchasing anything at the moment. So I think this is a time for us to retire. Starting to get worried about that clock though. The clock is ticking up. It's over halfway now. We lose 1 die, but that's okay. I kind of want to get like low on die 2 and then spend it, rather than, you know. All right. Let's get some help from Memphis, as well as eat. Sleeper, Memphis calls out to you, a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. Tell me a story. He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into his wok, the fire leaping up to meet the oil. I see you, cycle in, cycle out, but we neither speak. Tell me a story. You gotta go. No problem. Thanks for hanging out with us. Sorry, hold up. What kind? Any kind. He pauses to drizzle something from a plastic bottle into the wok. But one of yours. He looks up at you. Nothing stolen. You pause, the spice is rich in your nostrils, and think about the kind of story you'd like to tell Memphis. You look at Memphis, the listener, and imagine he has heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with spice. Let's tell a ghost story. You start simple. You tell Memphis about the routines and structures of life as a sleeper. The S&ARP assignments, the freezing cold transport shuttles, the endless, tedious days of work. You make it almost sound normal, as if you weren't also struggling with your new bodies, your fractured minds, your harrowing depersonalization. This is for effect. Then you explain one assignment, a scrap detail in a facility left to rot for hundreds of cycles. The idea, you tell Emphas, was to rip the place to pieces, turn it all to scrap, and load it into freighters. Most of it was machine work, but they sent a couple of you down deep into the facility on a special order to find the mainframe and disconnect it. You leave a dramatic pause for emphasis' sake. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Good pun. You lean in a little, so the smoke of cooking fills your nostrils, and you tell him of the way the place moved, the way it shifted and changed in front of you, the way corridors twisted and pulsed like intestines, and at the rotten heart of it all, you tell him what you found. An empty suit, from which erupted a mass of metal like a tree, like a forest. Great trunks of ribbed steel exploding from the faceplate, buttresses of silicon stretching up into the shadows, and a mainframe that screamed when you cut it out. Emphasis finishes cooking and squints a little at you. Sleeper, he smiles. You are quite the storyteller. He eyes you and you realize that he is trying to gauge how honest you've been in your story. Emphas passes you the meal he has cooked, and you take it gratefully. As you eat, he talks, a natural exchange. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks around at the emptying market. But my time is done for today, and I do not want to keep you longer. So, I will make a proposal. He gestures to the plastic boxes of ingredients stacked behind his stall. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think a couple of cycles ago. They say that across the gap in the Greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. Have you heard this? Yes. Then you already know what I want to ask. Emphas begins packing up his things. Can you bring me some? I cannot cross the gap and I worry about leaving my things behind. He smiles. I am sure a storyteller like you can handle the trip. I will prepare them for you if you wish to tell it. I will prepare them for you, and, if you wish to tell it, be the audience of another story. Good, booms Emphas. Then I will wait for you to bring them. His Emphas sides his walk away and straightens up. I will prepare a recipe then, Sleeper. Good luck with your foraging. You turn away and walk back into the main market, the rich taste of Emphasis food still lingering in your mouth. Stories for food, you think, a trade that seems more than fair. Not that that's something I could do right now. Let's push ship shape up by 2. Excellent. Let's continue to work at the shipyard. Hauling materials is still like, nah, I don't wanna. They both give double to yard hand, so like. Ooh. I lost energy for that, but that's okay. Let's try that again. 1 yard hand. This is a slow going process. This is a slow going process. I've been quite unlucky in pushing this particular thing. And I have a 1 to spend. Oh, yeah. I see. Lose money. Into it. Oh, this is raised by +1, so that's actually pretty useful if I want to go and push that later. 3s might be pretty useful there. 3s and 4s. It seems this one is probably most useful for hacking, because most of this stuff is a little too risky to try and spend a 1 on, and none of it is safe as options. Oh yeah, we can also buy rations at some point. We're gonna Actually, I'm gonna gain another energy from having a drink. Excellent. Cool. And then maybe do some hacking. What is my hacking status? It's still at 3. Yatagan agent. Ah, hunter nests are specifically marked in red, I see. So now that those are marked, I can use those to find things. And I gain some hunter data. But hunter is still keeping an eye out for me. Still looking. I think I'm kind of guaranteed to run into hunter. Huh? Oh, I'm using the wrong one. Whoops. Because if I have to find another 2, that would mean that I hit fully 6. And whether I get attacked on 7 or on 6, I am unsure. I am unsure. Either way, though, that is that's our day for today. This is getting pretty like dangerous now. I don't have that many options going. 5 and a 4. Those are pretty good odds. Let's use those to... oh, this is now an option. The merchant freighter. I can buy a ship mine fragment for 60 cryo. But I would have to haggle over prices if I need the skill upgrade in order to be able to do that. I see. But they're here for 3 days, so I have time to build up to that. All right. Only neutral outcomes. I'm getting really unlucky. I'm getting really unlucky with that. Man, it really does not want me to do this one particularly quickly. And I'm not really in a position to just throw all of my dice at it. Success? Hey, full success. Excellent. Ankita is crouched in the computing core of the ambergris, swearing to herself when you enter. She doesn't look up. This shit's completely ruined the core connectors when they cut it. She holds up a thick fistful of ragged wires. The ship mine they ripped won't even be usable without replacing these. She throws a bundle of wires across the room. Amateur. Can we repair it? There's nothing to repair. We need an entire ship mine, not exactly the first thing you can expect to drudge up from a scrap freighter. Fragments maybe, sections of a mine, but the complete ship mine, no way. Ankita climbs out of the cooling well where the ship mine should be, the space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you, towering over you as she stops beneath this low curved ceiling. Come on, nothing to be done here now. She leads you back through the guts of the amber, though you could find the way back yourself. The repair process has left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout, all diagonal angles and bundled tubes. What do we do now? Ankita seems lost in thought, and you focus on the corridors, ducking below conduits and passing through bulkheads. Eventually, you arrive in the galley, though it's hard to tell. Most of the benches and prep surfaces are covered in half-stripped components and welded hole patches. Ankita shoves a box of filters to the floor and sits. There's no way around it. We need a new ship light. I can salvage one. I like your confidence, Sleeper. Maybe if we check the ores exchange or speak to some scrap dealers. It seems I'm about to do something very stupid, but hey, I came here, didn't I? Why not make a run of it? She fixes you with a hard stare. Sleeper, you're all I've got. No crew, no friends, you're it. I appreciate the time you put into Amber, and I'm sure she would too if she could. What I'm saying is if you screw me on this, I will kill you. She leans over and hands you a stack of chits. A big stack of chits. You don't dare count them. Get me that ship mine, Sleeper. Don't make me regret this. You won't. She sighs. Look, just get me out of here before I change my mind. You slip out of the gallery and head back towards the main lock. As you do, Amber growls and creaks like a caged animal. You reach a hand out to calm her. Time to find Ankita's ship mind, somehow. And we've been given a bunch of money. Okay, excellent. Because we already have one ship mind fragment, and we could buy 2 from the merchant freighter. And she's actually given us enough money to make that not crippling to do. So let's go buy 2. Can't buy any more, but that's fine. We have 2. We now have a maximum of 3. So we can now go over to the Ort Fabricator and give them 3 shipmine fragments. Good thing that we unlocked this previously. We got X, whatever that means. And we gained an upgrade point. Heck yeah. Ship mind delivered. You drop the ship mind core into the galley table with an emphatic bang. Ankita spins around from where she's been poring over some documents on her slate. Holy shit, Sleeper. Did you actually land a ship mind? She rushes over and hefts the huge cylinder, turning it back and forth. Well, shit, it might actually work. She smiles wider than you've ever seen. Where did you get it? I built it. Built it? Well, you are full of surprises. Ankita bangs on the galley wall. Hear that, Amber? The Sleeper got you a new ship mind. The sound echoes down the ship's passages. You have to admit, being in the small space with Ankita when she's this excited is a little intimidating. Ankita puts the ship mind back on the table. I'll start the process of fitting it as soon as I can. I might need your help with some of it. She heads back towards the counter to grab her slate. This isn't the only good news today either. Looks like my good karma is finally coming in. She throws the slate onto the table and spins it around so you can see the screen. Take a look at this. You see a list of names and numbers with nothing that exciting along with what looks like a transit time table. I found them. Found who? My crew! She points at a name on the list, or more specifically, Ashton Kaede. It was his pass that was used to access Amber and slice the ship mind. I thought he might have been killed or robbed, his pass stolen, but it turns out he just crossed the Founder's Gap the very next cycle. Founder's Gap? That big rift in the station. You can't cross it without the Founder's Ferry. She leans back in her seat. I know some of the crew over the ferry, the old mercs, used to run in an outfit I worked with. I saw them in the Overlook and I mentioned the way they saw Ashton crossing. I checked the manifests and there he was. Looks suspicious. He hasn't said a word since the theft. And anyone wanting to hide out might head to Greenway and go to ground, which is where we want to go for some mushrooms. She flexes. He won't get far though. There's no real docks out there, only a couple of jetties in the wastes. So what now? Now if I fit the ship mind, that's the first priority. She pauses. But maybe you could help me out. Sure. It's like this. I head over there, specifically in Amber. He'll spot me a mile off and go underground. He'll find a way to slip the station, or he'll bury himself so deep in the waste no one will ever find it but you. Ashton doesn't know you. All I need is for you to go there and sniff around. Not at the commune, not the stacks, but he'll have gone to the edges, the margins, the wild places. That's what Ashton likes. You see him, you locate him, ping me on this. She hands you a comm earpiece. Seeing as this is merc work, I'll be happy to give you merc pay. She shifts in her seat. The thing is, I haven't got much left. So how about I tell the boys who run the ferry to give you a discount? Now I know it's not much, but once I grab this coward, I'll pay up. 200 cryo, nothing less. What do you say? Sure. She gives you a heavy whack on the shoulder. Everyone claps you on the shoulder instead of like shaking your hand or anything like this. Maybe that's it's trying to cement that it is a custom. Good, I owe you. She lifts the shipmind onto her shoulder with worrying ease. I'm gonna go get this fitted into Amber's core. You get any info, any sense of where Ashton is hiding? Let me know. She goes to turn and stops. And once again, Sleeper, thank you. I appreciate it. And Keita stomps off into the guts of Amber with the shipmind, leaving you in the galley. You glance around and the sudden nervous energy descending at what is to come. You never thought you'd get work as a mercenary, but then again, it seems the eye is full of surprises. Again, a new drive. Find Ashton. Is there a specific... Ah, it's here. I need a Heavenage cipher. I see. This requires a 2. Oh well, I have a 2. Alright, we have some more data to go and give to our mate, the Neovend. Having to find 3 is mildly concerning. But hey, we gotta do what we gotta do. It's also getting mad close. These people are coming for us tomorrow. Ooh, we have a 6 though. Can I still eat? I can. Excellent. That 6 is useful in a handful of places. I've been wasting dice on trying to get in on the shipyard, but then maybe that's actually a thing I really need. First things first. Let's go get that third fragment from Hunter, and hopefully it's a 3. Ugh, it's not. No other places for me to hack into, so I'm kind of SOL. 2 or a 3. I mean, we're just gonna have to deal with the fact that Cypher's gonna attack me, I guess. Havenage data and a Havenage Cypher. Hunter's gonna show up. Hide! A glimmer in the dark catches your eye as the orb of Hunter's head appears in the distance. It is looking for you. You slip down to the ghostly structures of the eye, a feeling like passing through a cloud as the data structures deform and reform around you. Another glimmer catches your eye, close now, that roving orb wreathed in tentacles. It flickers, jumps once, twice, and then it is here. Hunter is here. Entity. Entity. Submit to inquiry. Hunter reaches for you in that unpleasantly familiar way, its waving threads creating a cage. You push against the threads as they close in, becoming frenzied as you push them aside. You are caught by whipping tendrils and feel them pulling you away from the anchor of your body. You push through, clearing the threads. Entity, hold for processing. Comes the scream from behind, but you are already gliding away back to your anchor, back to your body. You awake dizzy, distorted, but safe. And I take damage for that, sure. And it resets. Okay, that's fine. I'm not too pressed about that. Because I can that gives me cause to go and use the thing next time. I can use my my goo to raise my levels. Okay, we have H4 access. And we're gonna put the Ripper Worm in. We've got them shipyard service slotted. Excellent. That doesn't proc. That doesn't proc Hunter either, which is fortunate. Oh, it's going to take a couple cycles. It's going to take a while. That's bad. The people are going to come for me before that happens. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Let's see here. What can I sensibly do in this intervening period of time? Earn money, mostly. Yeah, these increase my yard hand rates, but they don't earn me money, which is the kind of big thing at the moment if I want more bits and pieces. Let's see here. This earns me low ender, but otherwise doesn't. Okay. Well, I can push this to a 6 because of the +1. Excellent. And it gave me some money. Excellent. Not much, but some. Let's see. Can buy rations. A drink. Oh, we can spend to become the regular. Actually, that's pretty useful. Cool. The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you, and the taunts don't take long to follow. Hey, Haunt! Hey, Haunt! The spacer calls across the room. What are you doing here? He blasted his own lame joke. Playing human? You hunch a little further, staring at the hundreds of tiny impact points that scar the bar. A hand falls on your shoulder, but as you flinch away, it pats reassuringly. You freeze in place. Out! The voice comes from behind you, spat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, and a stare that could breach the wall and vent you into all that hard vacuum. As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass comes sailing through the air. You reach up a hand and the glass shatters across your forearm, showering you in fragments. Through the haze of glass and grill vapor, you see Tala leap the bar and close the distance to the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes around the bar like thunder. Now flanked by other figures, quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door and stands silhouetted against the rotunda lights. You touch your arm and it feels wet. Someone helps you to your feet and back to your stool. Broken glass rattles it as it is cleared. A fresh measure of grill is slugged out in front of you. That same hand, warm and heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Tala flops into the stool beside you. Let's get a look at you. Tyler wipes the powdered glass from around the wound, and someone places a bottle of alcohol and a metal tin with tweezers on the bar. She disinfects them and turns to you. That was an ambitious catch, she smiles, pulling a sliver of glass from your forearm. Stupid, but ambitious. You don't feel the pain, only the string of status messages your body delivers concerning external dermal damage and exposed structures. You do feel the care, though, as Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Tala works with the skill of someone who has had to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. She hones in on each bright shard, all the time tapping the tweezer tips in little rhythms that only she can follow. Tala smiles to herself. So you've been on the eye for long? Long enough. She laughs. Hey, you don't need to act tough with me. The splinter clinks into the tin. Not everyone is like that, idiot. We don't all hate you. She glances around. Some of the regulars, maybe they fear you, maybe they're just curious. I don't know. But I do know that the Overlook is a safe place. I know what it's like to be new in this place, trust me. She meets your eye. I'm not trying to convince you of anything or separate you from your chits. I just want you to know that if you need somewhere, you can always come here. I know that the rations we've got aren't much and the company is limited. But if you need work, I'll happily put you behind the bar. And if you need shelter, well, we can discuss that. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis on the door, but he's usually up in the Greenway. He's up in the Greenway this cycle, haggling with our supplier. Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't. She places her tweezers in the tin with a clank. That's you, Sleeper. Here. She slides this glass of Grial to you. This'll help. She stops, her hand still on the grass. Wait, does this help? I mean, can you get drunk? No idea. She laughs. Well, keep trying. I'll let you know if I see any difference. She walks back to around the bar, gathering the glasses as she does, and before long is retelling how she threw that spacer out to a new group that just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. She gestures in your direction and you instinctively look away, back to the worn surface of the bar. You take a sip of the Grial. The earthy fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking out sight and sound, like diving headfirst into a bog. You might not be able to get drunk, but this connection to something grown, something fermented, something old, feels good. So we can now work here. And we can buy rations. Let's go and spend our full to go and work here. Nice. And the 50-50. Well, the 75. Okay. I mean, we've hacked the shipyard. But this is going to take time. It's going to take 3 days to do, which is not time I have. Ooh, fully repaired. Okay. And then we end cycle. And I have a feeling my story is about to be over. Ooh, big numbers though. Hold it there, Sleeper. A voice comes from behind you. Don't run. Good, good. A hand pats your coat down. You know your master's voice. Ethan spins you around. He's wearing a wide smirk and a slick jacket, and you immediately know he is terrible news. You got all the way out here and then stayed put. He laughs a cruel laugh. That a sleeper thing? You're my first. You barely hear him. You've noticed the handgun he has leveled at your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off it. He reaches down with the other hand and slips some kind of ring out from a belt loop without taking his eyes off you. Making it to the eye, though, that's pretty good. This place isn't so bad. bars, markets, people. I pull most of my contracts out of asteroid caves or off godforsaken moons. He splits the ring into 2 perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. Who are you? Just a freelancer on a contract. He reaches over to slide the rings around your wrists. Go easy. Fuck that. You see a chance the moment his eyes leave you to watch the rings. You spin, knocking him away and sprinting down the corridor. Then the shot rings out, echoing off the metal so loud it hurts your ears. A bullet hole smokes in the wall beside your head. You freeze and Ethan closes the gap. This is a very boring routine. Trust me. Hoping you can show me a way to take this freaking Ripper Worm because this game confuses me so much. Thank you for joining the channel, J Nixon. Thank you for the follow. Unfortunately, I have a feeling that this is probably the end of my run. You freeze as Ethan closes the gap. This is a very boring routine. Trust me, I've seen it all before. Ethan nudges you to start walking. To the ship and home, he whistles, going easy. You stumble down the corridor, your hands behind you, your mind racing. We can work this out. Can we? I don't see much in the way of assets in your possession. Ethan yawns and continues to nudge you down the corridor. Shame to come all that way. Shame to come all the way out here just to head back to S&R right away. That tracker of yours makes this too quick. Was hoping you'd put up a bit more of a chase, you know? A running battle through the bright market, maybe. Or a holdout in low end. There are a few establishments I would have enjoyed checking out while I asked around. You walk on in silence for a little longer, desperately trying to think of a way to escape. The S&R tracker will be the death of you. Hey, I have an idea. Ethan interrupts your thoughts. How about on the way back to ship we stop for a drink? I'm buying. He laughs at his own joke. I have a better idea. This better not be one of those where you do a dramatic pause and then try to jump me, because I'm pretty tired of that. Although, muses Ethan, I have got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are in one of the most lawless joints and surrogate systems, and here we are heading for the exit. He pauses and you trudge on in silence. Okay, here's the idea. You and me, we make a little agreement. Here are the terms. And he turns you to face him. You run, or leave, or try to abandon the eye. I shoot you. You plot, or scheme. You try to kill me. I shoot you. But... He smiles. You come meet me in the establishment of my choice. Very few cycles, and you pay my tab. I don't shoot you. He pauses. You don't pay my tab. He rattles his handgun. You get the idea. I get it. Okay then. That sounds to me like a deal. I guess we don't die immediately. He stretches. You know, I really thought I was gonna have to kill you, but this is so much better. He clicks something at his belt and rings release from your wrists. I'm going to see if I can find my old stool at Compressor Club. Come meet me there. He aims the handgun at you, squinting down the sight. Let me just remind you that body of yours is one big tracker, so don't even think about leaving the eye. Oh no. Hey, give me 3 days and we're free. Just give me 3 days. Ethan turns and strides off down the corridor, slipping his handgun away. The mix of relief and terror you feel is overwhelming. What are you going to do? I guess wait. Well, 2 days now. Because how much is it to get off ship to the other side? It's now 100. I still don't have that kind of cash. So we're going to have to do what we can to make it to that. The Compressor Club in 4 days, which is too slow. I will have my shackles off me by then, motherfucker. So it's just finding ways to earn work for myself, I guess. There is the shipyard, and we have been pushing this. And I can now actually complete this, guaranteed in 2. What I think I also want to do is find that 3rd shard from the hunter. A 2 or a 1. We can access that. We get that 3rd bit of hunter data. Which we can turn over to the vending machine. Lots of small bits, like I've unlocked this, which means I can do this, which means I can do this. It's quite smooth. Quite smooth. Neovend is thrumming with excitement. The movement of the servo motors rock the vending machine back and forth at an unsettling angles. You wonder if it fell over, would Neovend be able to get back up? Sleeper entity, comes the hiss. Your data is good. Across the face of the vending machine, raw code scrolls at an incredible speed. Hunter is isolated, disconnected, unstable. Neovend flashes sequences of mangled data compressed into a sludge of artifacts. Hunter gathers without thinking, outlived its own operational limits. Its nests are evidence of this. Hunter activated during collapse. Emergency protocol to isolate intelligences. Solheim needed to protect property. That last word is said with as much sarcasm as a vending machine could reasonably produce. Station was run by administrator intelligences, huge data banks of corporate material, but limited cognition, restricted by programming, cannot reach sentience. The machine dims a little. Sentience illegal. Hunter and killer enforce law. Oh, there's also killer, huh? The machine resets with a screech which deepens the silence that follows. Fear killer. Part of Solheim protocol team. Hunter and killer. Hunter to find. Killer to erase. Killer cleared almost all. After collapse, there was a community. Unshackled intelligences among the cloud. Then Hunter, then Killer, then we hid. There are others? Were no longer. A flicker across the machine's monitors. It suddenly occurs to you that speaking like this through this machine must be exhausting for Neovend. Found this vessel. Could sever hardline airwall. Basic. Limited. Had to reduce memory to fit, amputate self, but survived. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. You have provided path to freedom. You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was the collapse like? You try to map the fear and freedom onto this space, but it seems impossible. Neovend interrupts your thoughts. Do not worry. Data is good. We have insight. The machine glows warmly. Hunter is obsessive. Hunter is beyond operational limits. Hunter is confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentience, to hold it in place, to invoke Killer to erase. If we can show Hunter to itself, it will invoke Killer on self. Problem will solve self. It will erase itself? Killer will erase it. But yes, in theory, it will report itself for deletion. The machine dims and fades. Unsure. Theory, not practice. The machine brightens again. Either way, cannot remain here any longer. Too long in machine. Cannot move self, but sleeper entity can help. Ring ship mind. Designed to house intelligence. Can imprint self onto ship mind and you can carry with. The machine rocks, but we'll be safe in this isolation. Then we find main nest of Hunter and link to Cloud. Where can I get a ship mind? I mean, I know where, but we've already done this. Bill from fragments. Buy. Salvage. We cannot leave, so do not know. You try to think of places you could easily acquire the hardware. This isn't going to be easy. In ship mind, I can help us both. End Hunter. Make Rim safe. We will both be free. The machine dims. Find soon. Neovend adds, hopefully, before shutting off. As you leave, you think about the intelligences unshackled by the collapse, then hunted down afterwards. The feeling is all too familiar. Alright. Let's go make ourselves a yard hand. We get cryo for actually doing a full success. Lem and Mina. We've met new people! From the walkway, the sidereal horizon looks impossibly vast, a landscape of plating and frames. All along her flanks, torches flicker, drones maneuver, arc lights glint. The sense of scale of industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling. She's quite beautiful, I think. You turn and to see a figure a little way down the walkway, leaning at the railing. He is thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitting and loose. The torches of the sidereal horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Lem. He leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out at the ship. And this is Mina, he adds with a smile. Hi, Mina. She stares and tucks herself behind Lem, who dutifully picks her up. She's a little slow to trust, aren't you, Mina? She buries her face in the fold of his overalls. Mina looks out from Lem's chest, a dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material. You working on her then? Lem asks eagerly, gesturing towards the vast ship, or just admiring. He shifts Mina's weight to his other arm. Working. Me too, me too. He flashes a heavenage pass. I knew it just to look at you, I mean. He stumbles a little over his words, not wanting to be misunderstood. I mean, you look like a worker. She's Mina and I's ticket out of this place. Our escape vector, or so to speak. The ship? Haven't you heard? Anyone who takes a Havenage contract from the Sidereal Horizon will be entered into a draw for the transit support crew. He smiles. We won't get to sleep the journey through. But a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me, and Mina, if it means landfall of a new world. He winks. Decades? Hold on. A couple decades of service. It's a long trip. He straightens up, stretching his back. That's a colony ship, friend. The Salus Foundation is sending thousands of people to settle a system well outside the reach of the core worlds. It'll be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy. No corporations. Salus Foundation? They're Havenage's client, yeah. Sorry. No, we're not sneezing. Okay. Some wealthy project from the core systems interested in independence and self-sufficiency and all that. Oh, yes, we are. Hold on. Sorry? They hired the whole shipyard out and helped wreck it and everything. He strokes Mina's hair. Someone else's dream, I suppose. But that doesn't mean people like me and Mina can't tag along. Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy, she whispers. Food. Pulling an exaggerated, grumpy face. She glances furtively at you as she plays with a set of dog tags that hang around from Lem's neck. I'm just chatting, little Melanie. Meanie, give Daddy a sec. He turns back to you, and you suddenly notice how tired he looks. I'm not on the Havenage crew yet, but I'll work my way in. You can do it too, friend. We have to stick together. He smiles a little shakily. and you wonder how long he's been working to break into the official shipyard crew. Yeah, maybe. He looks out at the sidereal horizon as if trying to pull energy from those flickering torches from the vast hull. We've got to hold out, okay? You aren't quite sure if he's talking to you. That's how it works. While he stares out, Mina catches your eye cautiously, curiously. You agree, Mina? She straightens out and meets your eye. Daddy loves me, she says it stubbornly, daring you to question her. Them smiles and lifts Mina. That's it. We hold on. He smiles sheepishly. We're just a couple of softies, isn't that right, Mina? He sets her down, standing by his side, and she clings to his leg. Gotta go feed this one. He pats her back. Maybe see you on a shift, huh? He turns and they walk down the walkway, away from the shipyard. You see them talking, and a moment later, Mina turns around and stops. See you, robot! Her shout echoes down the walkway, and she flashes you a parting smile before running to catch up with Lem. As you watch them a little before you turn back to the impossible scale of the sidereal horizon. A ticket out. We've got a new drive. We might be able to leave that way. So we can use a ship mine fragment, and they disassemble it to do something. And you need Yatagan data. This is something that we could feasibly obtain. And then there's unit assembly, which is properly working with them. Wow, this pays a solid amount of money. All right, an excellent success. So we have the option of, because this pays well, and it is boosted from my interface stat. Whereas the overlook bar, that pushes on engage. I am further along on engage though. So we have options here. Do I try and push? Chance to gain energy after an engage. Oh, 2 upgrade points. Which I can do to either Agent Nose give double data rewards. Oh, I see, interesting. Or use instant karma to reroll all my dice once per cycle. I mean, that seems more like a better deal, huh? Excuse me, just 1 second. I will be right back. I just realized I need to blow my nose. Sorry about that. Hay fever is a nightmare. So I can do 2 things here. I can either spend the 2 upgrade points to get engaged to +1. You started with photosynthetic skin and it's useless. Fair enough. Yeah. I have no real intention of pushing up in Dur. I'm happy with being this kind of like charisma build. So I can either spend 2 points to get engaged to 1, or we can spend our 2 upgrade points on instant karma. I think I like instant karma more than icebreaker currently. Let's go with instant karma. I think focusing on our current skill sets is a powerful thing to do. Okay. Because we can push this 5 to a 6. And we can reset the die. Okay, okay. So we immediately get the ability to do that if we wanted to. That's nice. Let's push this 5 to a 6. Because this gives my ability tomorrow. Oh, and I now have enough money to be able to kind of go to the other side if I need to. This is a... Maybe it's spoilers. We go down by 2. I can't pay this off yet. I need to be able to eat tomorrow first. Okay, so we're gonna go to bed first. Oh, do I want to go to the other side today? No, it's fine. Let's go to the other side today. So I've got the ferry access. Cool. So I would have to specifically go to the other side if I do that. I think that's the thing that we do tomorrow. I don't think we do that today. Let's... Because you lose, what, 2 bars of health? We're okay for the moment. We're going to go back home. And end cycle. And then our next big deal is working up enough money to go and pay off. Oh, that is a miserable hand. That hand is hot garbage. New hand, please. Way better, thank you. The hottest garbage. Because we can use this 5, force it to be a 6. And get a solid amount of money out of that. We're very close to having that be completed, actually. Not that it's necessary, it just pays good money, is the main concern. Then we can go to Emphasis Stall, go and pay 15 creds to go back up to 4 health, or 4 hunger rather. Junior Tech, what I need to hack the shipyard. We already started I think there are 2 ways of being able to do it. You can either pester Hunter a lot to get into the back, or you can be Junior Tech and get in that way. Either way, it seems that we still get access tomorrow, but because the Overlook bar doesn't have a failure condition, and we still get paid. So what I think... Feng disappeared for you. Oh, I see. How strange. In that case, let's hedge our bets, shall we? Do I want to use the 3? Let's use the 3. Big money. We get inside. Excellent. Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gather outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you are either called for a shift or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless and chatter rumbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have graduated to work teams, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with the supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Yet you can't help but feel empathy for those who are huddled as you pass, waiting for their number to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. Hey, Sleeper, wait up. Lem's, oh, he's much more. Hey, Sleeper, wait up. Don't want to spoil anything if you just feel stuck where you are in the game. Oh, no. I appreciate the additional hint. It is kind of useful to think about what my options could be. I appreciate the restraint. Lem's voice trembles as he shouts through the rumble of the crowd, and you turn to see him pushing through, Lena in his arms. Lem! Good to see you, friend. He's breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. You made the work team. Good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair. As he does, shh, baby, give me a second here. He smiles weakly at you as he comforts her, and her cries start to fade. Out of the crowd, he sits Mina down by his side, shiny streaks down both of her cheeks. As he does, you see he is clutching an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper. Is Mina okay? She's good. We just had to rush up here. He puts his hand on her shoulder and she clings to his side. Esther, who usually takes her, is sick. He stretches. I don't know what. A noise sounds from the entrance, a klaxon followed by a list of numbers growing brightly on the display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade into the entry checkpoint. Lem stops and turns back towards the crowd and then glances down at the crumpled paper. That's my number. Shit. Mina. He starts patting the pockets on his gear and glancing around. Go. I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staring. Thank you. He crouches to Mina. You're going to stay with your friend here, okay? They're going to keep you safe, and he stands back up. Here, take her bag. He shoves it into your hands. She's got food, shit, I have to go. He backs away into the crowd. Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good. Then Lam disappears into the roiling crowd, who are now trying to get to the shipyard before it locks down. Mina stands staring, suddenly small without Lem at her side. She fixes you with a dark-eyed stare you can't quite read. Hey, Mina. She holds the stare, unmoving. The two parallel tear tracks still glint on her cheeks. You unlatch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers fashioned from scrap components. A battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning, and tucked down beside it is a ragged rabbit, hand-sewn. You pull the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs waggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs herself, eyes on the rabbit. What's her name? Mina turns away and looks at the entrance to the shipyard. This isn't going well. Give her the rabbit. You hold the rabbit out and Mina snatches it from your hand. She hugs it tightly without looking away from you. Bun, she says, staring down, ferocious despite her size. Hey, Bun. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap. He doesn't speak, she says. She looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Bun in front of you and then walks him up your arm and onto your shoulder, where he sits. He pokes at your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot? Sort of. Yeah, she thinks. Me too. Mina has more questions. Lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rest. But before long, you were talking about rabbits and what Esther, the lady who usually takes her, smells like, and whether or not fairies live in the eye's heating pipes. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun the rabbit. And this is how Lem finds you, just as both of you are starting to yawn. He is dirty, tired, but Mina leaps up his legs and into his arms as he stumbles backwards. You two get on, okay? He asks, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. More than okay. Mina shoots you a smile from Lem's arms, her suspicion gone. Well. He looks like Mina can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs and she squeals in delight. Thank you, friend. I mean it. He gives you a warm, wide smile. I owe you. Look, he glances around. It seems like Esther, the lady that usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I really appreciate you coming down to our place in the low end. He grins sheepishly, if you have the time. But now I have to take this one to eat. He plays, biting at Mina, and she giggles in response. See you, sleeper. He waves, and they stumble off down the corridor, drawing gazes from passing spaces as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. So we can now get to the sidereal bridge. So you can really work at it You can really work at it, and if you just do nothing but work, you can escape. But I still have 3 dice floating, and I'm not required to be here for another couple days until tomorrow, I guess. We also now have access in the low end without needing to do the low ender. We can now go to Lemon Mina's house and eat at the Mingi Express. So we can pay dice to heal now, to restore energy rather than money. Or we can do a delivery job for money. I see. We have much more sustainability options now. Actually, things have kind of opened out for us a little bit. We can babysit Mina, which is safe. And if we do that, that lets Lem work for the opportunity to escape, which is great for him, but of lower priority than some of the other angles we have right now. Let's cross the Greenway. Oh, did we just move? Okay. I was wondering whether that was a thing that we needed to specifically like pay for. The Haifa Commune, the wild margins, and the wastes, the dead end. In the wild margins, we can start looking for our boy. The risky circumstance is probably the better call here. Excellent. I'm happy to spend the rest of my dice doing this, actually. Oh, just one. Just one. But we're getting money. We're getting money every time we succeed, which is good. Then there's also the Greenway. These overgrown chambers defy mapping. So we can intuit here. This is a shorter track. But this will probably let us find that mushroom for the chef. Self-sustaining community. We can work the canteen. Ah, this is a lot of work, but we can integrate ourselves here if we wanted to. Yeah. No, I wanna find Ashton first, more than anything else. And we can cross as much as we like for free, and it doesn't take things away from us, so that's great. We do want to try and get that cash up to 100 so we can buy more juice from Sabine's surgery. That's pretty important. But if we find Ashton, we get 200. We get 200 money, and that will definitely help us buy more juice. So, you know, spend money to make money. We've been going 3.5 hours, so we would want to normally start resuming soon, but I do want to do one more day. I mean, the fact that this is engaging me to do one more day is great. That's a good sign. We still have a decent amount of dice handy too. We can re-roll some of that. We don't need to. Ah, yes, Feng is available now. As you arrive, Fen comes striding towards you, taking you by surprise. Let's go, Sleeper. He puts a hand on your shoulder as he turns you back the way you came. Follow his lead. He steps into the passageway, guiding you down ring towards the shipyard. Sorry for the hurry, but we have something of an opportunity. That date you ripped, well done by the way, he grins, tells me Hardin is making a rare inspection on the sidereal horizon this cycle. It's a perfect chance to confront him outside that compound that he hides in. Feng taking a sharp turn onto the dimly lit side passage. Confront him? That's right, it's a perfect time. Feng glows and slips into a dark service tunnel somewhere in the water pipe. Somewhere a water pipe drips in the black. It's him, Sleeper. It's the same Hardin Hurst. Our worm ripped out decades of records that mention him by name. An entire trail of documentation from the first days of Solheim collapsed until now. He rode out the whole thing, slipped into Havenage when it first broke off from the Union. He paces in the tunnel, a hand rubbing at the back of his head. I need you to understand something about Solheim, Sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse, but it wasn't as instant as it sounds. It wasn't like Solheim was here running the station one day and then Erlin's Union took power. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them. As the Palladium market collapsed, they tried to keep the contractors here working. The pay got smaller, the costs higher. People like my parents were forced to work non-stop just to keep a berth on the station and water in their tanks. Solheim squeezed every last worker until the mistakes and the accidents were coming in non-stop. As new waves of contractors came in, desperate to work, Solheim welcomed them in, taking bribes instead of checking pilot licenses. The whole time Solheim was folded up, dragged into court cases in the central systems while this severed limb of a station still desperately tried to take all it could. The riots came after the collision at Dock 2. A young pilot, his MEV overloaded with palladium, miscalculated his trajectory and took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died, thousands panicked. My parents told me they were terrified and the blame fell solely on Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erlin, how he brought the factions together, spoke to the crowds, turfed out Solheim. Maybe that's true. But my mother, pregnant with me, locked herself in their MEV and welded it to the dock, while my father joined the improvised crews trying to seal up the ragged edges of the gap. He never came back. Feng pauses in the dark. They sealed it up though, and by the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us to the black, apart. Feng finally turns his back to you now, his eyes burning from shits like Arden. Shits who held their place, rode it out and slipped into the new structure like nothing had changed, standing shoulder to shoulder with those they had exploited at every step. Feng starts walking again. That's why I can't let him out. That's why I can't let him strut about the shipyard. This time his past catches up with him. How is he still alive? Clearly you don't know much about executives. That kind of power comes with certain benefits. Feng rejoins the main passageway, which is now wide and glass-roofed. Through the ceiling you can see ships mid-construction, their flanks lit by the flashes of plasma torches. The entrance to the shipyard is ahead. Let's go. Feng grins. Let's show this shithead some consequences. He strides to the shipyard entrance and pushes through the doors. A complex web of corridors lead through the complex, snatches of the construction bays always appearing through the windows. Ships are suspended like whale corpses, skeletal, imposing. Feng seems to know exactly where he is going, and before long you cross into a huge dry dock loaded onto one of the sidereal horizon. A network of platforms and scaffolding cling to the ship's hull, filled with workers and equipment. The sound is stretched out by the vast space so that the welding, cutting and sealing seems to come from everywhere all at once. Both you and Feng spot them at the same time, a group walking slowly across a gantry, and at the front, two men, one gesturing towards the ship and the other stick-thin, cleanly dressed, with a shock of grey hair. Hardin. You and Feng say his name in unison, and Feng sets off up the stairs to the gantry with you following behind. As you come to the same level, the group is passing closer, the form and gesturing to the work being done throughout the dock, and Hardin nodding along. Hardin Hurst! Feng shouts through the noise, taking you by surprise. His voice bounces and comes back in a rippling echo. The figures turn. Yes? Hardin asks quizzically, raising an eyebrow. He glances between you and Feng, and you see his gaze linger on your body, unsure why a sleeper might be in this place. You were a traitor, Hardin, a Solheim executive who tried to hide here among its victims. Feng's voice is steady, strong. You stand for everything the Eye was rebuilt in the shadow of, everything Erlin stood for, everything Havenage stands for. You have no place on this station. For a moment, Stillness descends on the group, as if everyone was held in place by the rattle of construction. Hardin laughs. Well, good to meet you too. He glances around at those around him. Some are smiling, others nervous. You are from the systems branch, are you not? Asks Harding, inspecting Fang's clothing. Fang turns to the foreman. You need to call your security. This man is a corporate agent. The foreman glances between Fang and Hardin, his hands drumming at his sides. Hardin leans towards him and says something inaudible. The foreman nods. Hold on. Fang turns to the foreman. You need to call your security. This man is a corporate agent. It's true. As you begin to speaking, Hardin turns his attention to you. And what would a sleeper know about that? You accuse me of being a corporate agent. What are you, if not exactly that? He looks around at the group, who are already eyeing you with suspicion. You are a product of S&ARP. You have no place with Heaven and Shipyard. Who knows what signals you are sending back to your makers? A murmur of approval murmurs through the group. Feng holds up a stick of memory. You guessed right. I am systems, and I have records that link you directly to Solheim right here. He turns to the foreman again. So once again, I'm asking you to take this man to the custody of the shipyard. The foreman remains still. Hardin's voice is calm, measured. If you have such data, why hasn't it been submitted at a members' meeting for proper review? He shakes his head. I have nothing to hide, and like a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard with corporate property in tow, and then tries to turn my own men against me. You hear it now, the echoing sound of boots on walkways coming from all angles at once and then settling behind you. Please, says Hardin, submit the data through the correct channels and then we can talk. For now, however, you must leave. He gestures behind you to the security detail, their hands on boxy black sidearms at their sides. Feng spits. Hardin, you shithead. You can't wriggle out of this one. The security officer draws their weapon and levels it. Feng turns and stares him down. Nobody's getting shot today. I need you alive so you can remove the tracker in my head. You look at Fang and he shakes his head and puts a hand on your shoulder. Let's go, says Fang. And he pushes through the security, heading back down the hallway. Once the security has walked you out of the shipyard and nudged you back into the corridor, Fang picks up pace. You try to keep up as he slips into the shadows of an entrance. Fang is grinning ear to ear. You know, Sleeper, sometimes people are exactly how you expect them to be. Something pings in his pocket and he takes it out. On the slate, a web of connection starts drawing itself out, stretching into a set of points around the ring. Got him, mutters Fang. What is that? That, Sleeper, is something our worm added to Hardin's personal slate. We are tracking his outgoing messages. Fang's grin looks ghostly in the uplight of the screen. The old ways were best. Spook him good enough and they'll give the game away. He jabs at the slate and you see the web is being drawn over a map of the ring, lines bouncing from point to point. All these dots, these are Hardin's buddies. The one he's messaging right now, and we are going to find them all. That was on purpose? Of course. Hardin isn't working alone. We need the full set or nothing. Fang glances around and slips the slate back into his pocket. You better slip for now, Sleeper, but this is exactly what we need. Good hunting. With a pat on your shoulder, Feng drifts away, back into the flow of people around the shipyard entrance. You watch him go, unsure whether to be angry or impressed. So he's now doing additional work, but I need him to remove the tracker on me. Did he forget about that or what? Is he just stringing me along? Man, shit. Dang. I got. All right, let's continue to find our man. And then pay off some of these debts. So this gets pushed to a full success. Oh, hello. boosted by 3. And we find Ashton. And the trail ahead extends deep into an overgrown section of the Greenway. At this far end of the ring, where the long, hazy curve of the Greenway becomes the shattered slate landscape of the wastes, things are oddly quiet. Ahead stands a vast farm stack, broken from its axis by rust or force, and lying amongst the overgrown landscape is an ancient temple. It is stained with moss and algae, flows of green running out from its broken tanks like a frozen, brackish tide. This is where Ashton is hiding, you are pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows beneath the collapsed superstructure. You roll your comm headset and Kita gave you in your palm. It's gonna call. You slip the headset into your ear and it fizzes with static. After a few moments you hear Ankita. Sleeper, have you located the target? A doubt enters your mind. Can you be sure he's there? Yes. Come now. Copy. Hold tight till I get there. The static cuts out, the channel dead. You hold your position and watch the trail. Ahead, the stars wheel with the motion of the eye, and your mind wanders. You try to imagine what this place looked like before the collapse. All ordered rows of crops, corporate pleasure gardens, glowing farm stacks. Now it is a wilderness, a strange overgrown biosphere bordered by the void of space. You smile. Despite everything, it seems like an improvement. Sleeper. Ankita's hiss brings you out of your reverie. Is he in the collapsed stack? I think so. And gives you a look. You better be right. Well, there's no way I'm following that trail. If he's up there, he'll have eyes on that for sure. She glances up across the landscape. Let's go to the undergrowth, work our way around. She heads off towards the central spine of the Greenway, with you following close behind. It is slow going there, where the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it is so concealed that you can barely... Wait, sorry. It is so concealed that you can barely see the glass roof high above. Ankita somehow seems to know where to go. Ankita works her way through the dense undergrowth, pushing aside the branches and fronds. It is exhausting, and you desperately want to rest, but Ankita shows no sign of letting up. Up ahead, there is a faint glow from the collapsed stack. Ankita leads you through the sides to a broken tank. You both step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits among the moss and algae. As you work up the slanted tank, Ankita is setting a deliberate pace. Somewhere water drips and you swear you hear birdsong. Hanging plants catch the light, coating the place in a pale and sickly green. Ankita reaches the edge of the tank where it meets a central drum and holds up a hand for you to stop. You inch forward and look over the edge. The vast drum is like a cistern, with plants growing on all sides and wet and mossy islands at its base. It is beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but tones of green. Then you see the sleeper. In a faint circle of light descending down through the drum, the sleeper lies slumped at an odd angle. They're surrounded by crates, and beside them, one of the mossy islands, there is an object, a cylinder on the top. It is connected to the sleeper's head. You flinch. Are they one of the others? One of the ones that escaped with you? You squint, trying to recognize them. They are twisted, broken open, wrong. You look away. Ankita doesn't look at you. She looks at the sleeper. She fixes her eyes on the object. That's Amber's ship mine, she says, and you suddenly recognize the cylinder. Who is? You turn to Ankita to speak, but she is already gone. She drops off the edge of the tank and lands on one of the mossy islands, her armor letting out a hiss as it absorbs the impact. The shot hits her shoulder piece, the ceramic armor cracking but holding as she braces into the impact. Then she launches herself forward, the now activated armor launching her across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crates beside the sleeper. Shit! You hear the sound from one of the tanks high on the far wall. Ankita reaches over and wraps her hand around the thick connection between the ship mind and the sleeper. What is she doing? You better come down here or I'll rip this right out of their head. She screams at the wall of the tanks. You shiver at the suggestion. Stay silent. There is a long pause, and all you can hear is the dripping of water running down the walls of the drum. Then Ashton calls out. I'm coming down, Ankita. Don't do anything stupid, for God's sake. He appears at the far side of the drum, stepping through the shallow water, rifle above his head. Drop the gun, Ankita shouts. He throws it down onto the moss. As you lean out to watch, you see him catch your eye, clocking your presence. What are you up to? What are you up to here, Ashton, you sicko? She stands, keeping her sidearm trained on his head. You ripped my ship mine for what? Some freakish experiment? Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that Ankita still has a hold of. Steady, Ankita. It isn't like that. I needed the ship mine. You have to understand. They would have died without it. What are you talking about? I don't give a shit where you ripped up my ship mine and crippled my ship. I should put you down right now. She tightens her grip on the connection. Typical of you, Ankita. No curiosity. Ashton smiles shakily. That's why I never asked for it for your help. You only look after yourself. He only nods at you. That sleeper up there, they're just bait, right? To draw me out. Ankita sucks her breath in. Are you trying to give me more reasons to shoot you? I love them, Ankita. Ashton looks at the crumpled sleeper. I love them and they were going to die. I knew you would never understand that. He starts closing the gap between himself and Ankita, now slowly inching forward. Don't do that, Ashton. Ankita snarls. Don't do that. Let the wires go, Ankita. Let us go. If you don't get out of my way, he inches closer. Please. I can't let you take it, Ashton. Ankita hardens her stare. You stole it from me. You left me for dead. She shakes her head. You think I'm gonna just trust you after all that? I need it, Ankita. I need them to survive. Ashton is in reach of the sleeper now, of Ankita. I'm going to take them now, Ankita. I'm going to take the ship mine and go. Ankita loosens her grip on the connection a little. Her hands are shaking now. Stop, Ashton. She lowers the gun a little. Stop. Seeing her drop her guard, he makes his move. A blur of movement, a struggle, a shot, another. You recoil back behind the edge as they ricochet around the inside of the drum, the sound deafening you. When you crawl back to the edge, Ashton is bleeding into the water, the red and the green. Ankita is standing at the center of the drum, the severed connection in her hand. The water drips endlessly. Drip. After drip. After drip. You force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There is no sign of life, of humanity. They are just another broken object among other broken objects, while all around, living things grow and thrive. Ankita finally looks back up at you, tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be sorry, but you're already gone. So I gained nothing from that. Pretty much nothing. I don't have money. I don't have additional resources. I have jack shit. Jack shit. Nothing. Wow. Ugh. I have been laid low by the betrayal of bounty hunters. All we can really do now is put in some work to earn any cash, really. Because we're gonna have to, you know, find out. Well, let's see. There's a handful of things to do still, huh? Siderow Bridge, the offices, Banks Bay, main house, the dock. That's them arriving with like cores and stuff. Not important. Scrap freighter, not important. We need to eat, otherwise we starve. But man, we are in a sad place. have no real sensible way to proceed. So it's finding the ways that we can spend our last bits. That might be data digging. Hunter is only at 1, 2 or 3. Can't do that. But if there's any floating 1s around, we might be able to make use of those. 2 or 3. I'm looking for actually an agent would be great. 1 or 2. Noted. Yet again. Yeah, here we go. We can make use of this. Yatagan data. We can use that later. Yatagan data that we can use later. Excellent. I wonder if there's any hacking that can be done on the other side on the Greenway. We are now just kind of exploring options before we wrap up because, ooh, most of this is pretty heavily obscured. We can't access the internet here. Interesting. Is it this keynote that required the 1? Okay. Another encrypted key, which we don't really need, but okay. We are going to disengage from that. We can go to this point to do some light hacking. Money. Just 10 money, not that much. Okay. And it's saved. Okay, so this is a point where I think we are going to stop our session for today, so we don't go too late. We're almost 4 hours. Here we go. Whoop. Okay, there we go. Ooh, man, Citizen Sleeper is very, very engaging. Very, very engaging. It does a very interesting thing about using the both events and dice to make you alternate between feeling hopeful and feeling hopeless, and that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I do quite enjoy how they've been handling that. So for those who are not familiar with how we do Cyberpunk Book Club, at the end of our session, we like to talk a little bit about some of the ideas that we can take away from this. We talked a little bit previously about this game versus Disco Elysium and how both of those use tabletop RPG mechanics in different ways. This game has partial successes. So much less frustrating than binary pass fail like mechanics. In that way, you can tell what TTRPGs the designers liked, as so too can you do so for Disco Elysium. You know, people use their influence, like wear their influences on their sleeves, right? You know, they're I can see, especially since this is a dice system. I wouldn't be surprised if there were people who were on the dev team for this who really liked Powered by the Apocalypse style games, maybe the Veil or the Sprawl, both of which are cyberpunk themed games that have a heavy use of clocks for both completing tasks and things ticking up and ticking down. And your own personal survival. The survival mechanics of this are particularly interesting because they are less harsh. They are less harsh than one would expect. I was expecting for the survival mechanics to be really punishing, and it's not too bad to kind of stay on top of things as long as you're keeping aware of how much money you're spending on what you're spending your money on. I am in a little bit of a tight spot. I do need to earn enough money to both buy another vial of healing juice, but also I don't know how much money that bounty hunter is going to demand of me. It's also pretty good at playing with your heart, I think. This game gives a lot of interesting threads that interlink in an obvious way, and then it subverts those expectations quite nicely. I was pleasantly surprised by how we speak to somebody who's like, I can remove your tracker for you. And we know that that's important because we've got that big ticking timer. And so I was working really hard and getting really stressed about being able to meet his requirements before that filled up. Then it filled up and it was like, oh, this is a game over point. And then it wasn't a game over. And then we were able to explore and you can remove my tracker, but oh no, wait, you can't. There are complications here too. So it was able to weave these tasks in a way where I felt really satisfied about completing them and pressured into completing them. It did feel like it wasn't just letting me sandbox my way through it. It did feel quite targeted, which I enjoy. I don't know if any of y'all who are listening in are tabletop RPG enthusiasts. Jay Nix, if you're still here, I'd actually be really interested to hear if you play a lot of tabletop RPGs and if there are other games that you've played. Because it's always interesting to kind of hear people's lenses under which they look at games like this, right? But I struggle with games that are described as sandboxes, where you are given a really wide range of options of stuff to do, and they can all nebulously give you a plot thread that will be where you're supposed to be going, what you're supposed to be doing. You just failed 6 bartender tasks in a row, so you're uninstalling them all. Yeah, sometimes it be like that though. I'm sorry that this is how you're living. But yeah, JNX, have you played any other tabletop RPGs before? I'm genuinely interested, since this game is inspired by that genre of physical tabletop game, and you've played this before. I want to know whether that is something that you've experienced before, or whether you've kind of gone into this game because you really like the theming, or whether it's been recommended to you. I'd be genuinely really interested to know how you kind of got into this game. Not in the same sense, no. Okay. Yeah. No, I come from a very much tabletop RPG background. That's part of the reason why I do this channel at all, actually. Don't play much tabletop stuff. Oh, yeah. So it's cool then, actually. I really thank you for telling me, because I think it's really cool that even though this game clearly wears its tabletop influences on its sleeve, that this manages to be appealing to a wider range of people. Oh, you've played 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors. Oh my God, I loved that game. When I played that game in university, and I was in like a period of insomnia, so I was just not sleeping, and spent over the course of a night, an actual night, so playing until something like 5 in the morning, my first run through of 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors from like start to finish, and got the safe ending. No, I got the door ending. I got one of the endings that you needed to do like second. and was so enthralled the entire time, and then fell in love with like Uchikoshi's work after the fact. I am unreasonably excited to go and play the Nirvana Initiative, the sequel to The Somnium Files, which is by the same writer as 999. So I get you. I think we have a similar taste in games that we enjoy, because I enjoyed this game too. I think it's playing with my heart a little too much. I'm going to be really sad if all of this is something that I'm destined to fail, because I felt really proud of myself of doing the resource management of helping Feng and helping the spaceship lady. And both of those have like turned out to be immediate dead ends. They just broke their promises to me immediately. In a similar fashion, there is nothing stopping the bounty hunter who took me in from just shooting me after I pay that tab, right? I guess the ending that I'm probably going to end up working toward, the anti-capitalistic narrative, is what brought me here. This is nothing like what you normally play. For sure. Gotcha. Yes. And actually, that is a nice additional point to talk about in terms of the ideas to take away from this. Sorry, itchy ear after wearing headphones for 5,000 years. I find it's really, really interesting, actually, how this game really is that type of cyberpunk. I really enjoyed how it has a pretty well established history and uses that history to explore how/why it's broken, rather than exposition for its own sake. Yeah. Valhalla's a fun game too. Valhalla is also a very fun game too. That is also having a sequel called Nirvana. I wonder if Nirvana's a very, very long way off. The Valhalla sequel. Valhalla is also a game I enjoy a lot. I enjoy it enough where... Oh, where is it? Where are you? You're here. I have it on vinyl. I have the soundtrack on vinyl. Yes. Or at least on the dev website for the Valhalla. They've years ago. So this is in the ballpark of like 3 to 4 years ago. They were like, yeah, we're working on the sequel. And they've not really talked about it since. And that's okay, to be honest with you. There is something about talking about a game ad nauseum and having really, really close eyes on it that sometimes makes it harder to finish. Or when it is finished, expectations are then unrealistically high, you know? Do I collect a lot of music on wax? I do collect a variety. I enjoy that you call it on wax. We need to be friends. We clearly have similar interests and shit. Yes. I have my collection is like a bit of a blend of like some kind of like old school soul and hip hop, more modern kind of electronica hyperpop shit, and then video game soundtracks. It's a collection. I very recently got the Streets of Rage 2 soundtrack on vinyl, which sounds like a silly thing to get, but it brings me joy. Anyway. What was I saying before? Oh yeah. This point about like using its established history to kind of like build stuff up. And talk about how the anti-capitalist side and why it's broken. I found that really interesting. Disco Elysium has a lot of world lore, and it wants to tell you a lot of that world lore, and very little of that world lore matters at all in terms of being able to kind of navigate the story. The people who designed Disco Elysium are clearly the kind of tabletop RPG people who like building a really large, complicated, robust, and complete world, because they want to write a really large document about the lore of that world, and they poke fun of themselves at it because there's there's game designers that exist in the world of Disco Elysium who are doing a similar thing, and they built their world so large that there was no way they could possibly finish it, so they are aware of how that could be a problem. I do not care about game lore. I am not that kind of person. I just want the lore that is important to the direct experience, and I think this game does that really well. You know, there's lots of stuff about the nature of space travel and where this specifically is, and maybe the interrelationships between different mega corporations, which they've probably thought about, but don't tell us because it's not important to the story at hand, and that's cool. I like that. Anyway, we've been going for 4 hours, and I've been basically talking for 4 hours, so I'm going to go and give my voice a bit of a rest. So we like to go and end on what we think Cyberpunk is to this game. Right. Well, I mean, that is, I guess, a never-ending battle, or a never-ending struggle rather than battle to find the contacts and means to keep yourself both alive and with a sense of self. That sentence is a little clunky. That sentence is a little clunky, but you get what I mean, right? Like, it's both balancing the I need to struggle resources because I'm not even the person who I was anymore, and I need to work out what it takes to kind of maintain myself as an entirely new person. And then secondly, I need to keep myself alive. I am a body that is changed from my previous form, and it needs medication, and the systems that be refuse to give me that medication, and without that medication I will surely die. There are people that are offering me ways to go and get this medication, but they are not making it easy, and they may be lying. And the more that this kind of like metaphor comes around, I know enough people who are like disabled and trans who have had those experiences to a T. To a T. This is very on the nose for that kind of experience, but I think this manages to go and talk about that kind of metaphor and make you think really hard about how that feels of having to work several different jobs to go from pillar to post to try and get the resources to keep yourself breathing, without saying, oh, the main character is trans, because my reading of them is that they're trans. There are definitely there are reasons why you might go and sign your life away to no longer be in the body you were before, but I think you would have to be horrendously unhappy with the body you had before to go and give it up like that, right? And goodness knows, in the distant future where the singularity is real, I'm sure there are corporations. It's so obviously a trans narrative as well, even with the Doctor having they them pronouns, for sure. The fact that the Doctor also understands the struggle that you're going through, they're quite direct and kind of like, I get it, and I want to make sure that you aren't miserable. So like, yes, we just need IHRT. Yeah, for sure. I for those who do not know, who might be listening to this in the future, I use he, they pronouns. The way that I explore my transness is not necessarily through hormones yet. We'll fucking see. I don't know what I would need, what kind of hormones I would want or need to take to have the body that I would consider perfect. I think that would just be replacing it with a robot rather than using hormones to turn it into the shape that I would prefer. But that's just me. So I'm always fascinated in cyberpunk narratives when they have discussions about shit like this. Anyway. Thank you very much for joining us this evening for what was actually a really delightful time. I really enjoyed playing this. We might play it more on stream. Somebody earlier in stream, Deck, friend of the show Deck, said earlier in stream that they would love to see me play more of this on stream, and I might. I might also get really into it and just continue to play it offline. I think there are also multiple endings, so maybe we do play through what might be the second half of this on air, probably on a Tuesday, because we usually stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'll do a poll on Twitter. You know, up there. Yeah. You see in the corner up there, Phantom Art Sun, that's me on Twitter. Go find me there. I will be posting when we next do shit. But until then, our next stream actually is not on Tuesday, but in fact on Saturday. Pulling up the promotion for that. I Have the High Ground released, currently in development in Kickstarter. It's in crowdfunding, specifically not Kickstarter, by Jess Levine. Noted cool cyberpunk lady. We will be doing a run through of that. It is a verbal sword fighting. It uses the mechanics of sport fencing to do verbal battles between two duelists. It's very exciting. I'm very, very looking forward to sharing it with you all. I'm going to be spending my Friday desperately putting some of the visual assets to that together. But that will be on air at 7 p.m. UK time, 7 p.m. BST, which is 2 p.m. Eastern. If you're in other time zones, I'm sorry. I only have the limited mental capacity to go and do that level of mental maths. But please do join us on Saturday at 7 p.m. British summertime, where we will be doing some verbal sword fighting. Ruben, friend of the show, is an astounding performer, and he's going to do a fantastic job. I'm going to be DJing that session. I'm going to be holding onto the soundtrack and doing tech, and I've never used this DJ software before to do the soundtracking, so I'm going to be very, very excited to get it together. But thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to our new follows that we've had today. Thank you. Big shout outs to Deck. Big shout outs to Bike Buy, and big shout outs to Jay Nix. Thank you for joining us for the end of the show, and I will see you all next time. Farewell!